Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we go to a city on 7 hills above the Bosphorus, a city that called itself eternal, that held the line between the ancient world and the modern for 1100 years, that fell only once and whose fall changed everything. This is Explore During Sleeping, and this is the story of the Byzantine Empire. Fact 1. The city on 7 hills, the birth of Constantinople. On May 11, 330 CE, the Roman Emperor Constantine I dedicated a new capital of the Roman Empire to himself, to God, and to the future of a civilization that would endure in this place for over 1100 years. The city he dedicated was Byzantium, an ancient Greek colonial settlement established around 660 BCE on the peninsula, where the Bosphorus Strait meets the Sea of Marmara and the Golden Horn, the most strategically commanding site in the known world, a place where Europe and Asia could be seen simultaneously from the same hilltop, and where every ship passing between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean had to pass within sight of the city's walls. Constantine renamed it Constantinople, the city of Constantine, and in so doing, he created one of the most consequential acts of urban rebranding in the history of civilization. The choice of site was not accidental. Constantine had considered several other locations before settling on Byzantium. Sardica in modern Bulgaria, Troy on the Anatolian coast, and Thessaloniki in northern Greece were all reportedly considered and rejected. What made Byzantium superior to all rivals was its geography. The peninsula was naturally defensible on 3 sides by water, the Bosphorus to the east, the Sea of Marmara to the south, and the Golden Horn to the north, leaving only the western land approach to be fortified by walls. The deep natural harbour of the Golden Horn could shelter a fleet and supply the city even during a siege. The location commanded the most important trade route in the ancient world, the passage between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, generating customs revenues that would fund the empire for a millennium. Constantine built his new capital with the ambition of a man who intended it to be eternal. He laid out a new civic center, the Hippodrome, the Imperial Palace, the Great Forum, and imported statues, columns, and artworks from across the empire to decorate it. He invited senators, merchants, and artisans to settle there with offers of free grain, tax privileges, and building land. Within decades of its dedication, Constantinople had grown into the largest and most prosperous city in the Mediterranean world. The city that Constantine built on the 7 hills above the Bosphorus was not merely the capital of an empire, but the physical embodiment of a new civilization, the synthesis of Roman political tradition, Greek intellectual culture, and Christian religious faith that we call the Byzantine Empire. Fact 2. Rome never fell, the empire that called itself Roman. The Byzantine Empire never called itself Byzantine. To the people who lived in it, governed it, fought for it, and died defending it, there was only one name for the state they inhabited: the Roman Empire, Imperium Romanum in Latin, Basileia Romian in Greek, and only one name for themselves: Romans. The word Byzantine is a modern scholarly invention, derived from the ancient Greek name Byzantium for the city of Constantinople, coined by 16th century Western historians to describe the medieval continuation of the Roman Empire that they wished to distinguish from the classical Rome they admired. The Byzantines themselves would have found this terminology baffling, even offensive. They were Romans, their emperor was the Roman emperor, and their state was the direct, unbroken continuation of the Roman Empire of Augustus and Trajan and Constantine. This is not a merely semantic point. The Roman identity of the Byzantine Empire shaped its political culture, its legal system, its military organization, and its understanding of its own place in history in ways that persisted from Constantine's foundation of Constantinople in 330 CE to the death of the last emperor on the walls in 1453 CE. Byzantine emperors issued laws that updated and extended the Roman legal corpus. Byzantine generals commanded armies organized on Roman principles. Byzantine diplomats conducted their foreign policy according to the principle of universal Roman sovereignty, the idea that the Roman emperor was, in theory, the legitimate ruler of the entire civilized world. The continuity was real and not merely ceremonial. The Eastern Roman Empire that survived the fall of the Western Empire in 476 CE had never been a separate state. It was simply the eastern half of a unitary empire that had been administered from 2 capitals since the late 3rd century. When the western half collapsed, the eastern half continued without interruption, its institutions intact, its armies functioning, its tax revenues flowing, its cultural life undiminished. The Roman identity of the Byzantines gave their civilization its distinctive character. Simultaneously conservative, committed to preserving and transmitting the Roman and Greek legacy, and adaptive, capable of profound cultural and institutional change, while insisting on the unbroken continuity with the ancient past that gave their state its legitimacy. There is a quiet power in this insistence. When Constantine I died fighting on those walls in 1453 CE, he died as what he had always been, a Roman emperor. The word Byzantine would have meant nothing to him. Fact 3. The Theodosian Walls, the greatest fortification of the ancient world. The walls of Constantinople, the great land fortifications built under the Emperor Theodosius II between approximately 408 and 413 CE that protected the city's western approaches, were the most formidable military defensive work in the history of the ancient and medieval world, a triple system of walls, towers, and ditches extending approximately 6.5 kilometers from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn that successfully resisted every assault for over 1,000 years, and that stood in recognizable form until the Ottoman artillery finally breached them in 1453 CE. No other fortification in history defended a major city for so long against so many attackers with such consistent success. The Theodosian walls were not a single wall, but a layered defensive system of extraordinary sophistication. The outer edge of the system was a wide moat, approximately 18 to 20 meters wide and up to 7 meters deep, that could be flooded, and that presented the first obstacle to any attacking force. Beyond the moat was a terrace, then a first, lower wall, the Protokisma, approximately 2 meters thick and 8 to 10 meters high, with its own parapet and walkway. Beyond the first wall was a second terrace, and then the great inner wall, the main defensive line, approximately 5 meters thick at the base and 12 to 15 meters high, reinforced by 96 towers rising to 18 to 20 meters that projected outward from the wall face to allow defenders to shoot along the wall's exterior surface at any attackers who had managed to reach it. The walls successfully resisted attacks by the Visigoths under Alaric, the Huns under Attila, the Avars and Slavs, the Sassanid Persians, the Umayyad Arabs who besieged Constantinople twice and were repulsed both times, the Bulgars, the Rus, the Normans, and the armies of the Fourth Crusade's first approach. When the city was finally taken in 1204 CE, it was not through the Theodosian walls at all, but through a seaborne assault on the harbour walls along the Golden Horn, a section of the defensive system that had always been considered less critical than the land walls. The walls are today the best preserved section of Byzantine military architecture in existence, and large stretches of them survive in Istanbul along the line that Theodosius II's engineers traced 16 centuries ago, their stone courses still rising to substantial heights above the modern city that has grown up around them. Fact 4. Justinian the Great, the last Roman emperor who spoke Latin. The Emperor Justinian I, who ruled from 527 to 565 CE, and whose reign represents the last sustained attempt to reunite the Roman Empire in both East and West, was the most ambitious, the most energetic, the most culturally productive, and in many ways the most consequential ruler in the history of the Byzantine Empire. A man whose projects and achievements touched every aspect of his state, and whose legacy extends far beyond the Byzantine world into the foundations of the legal systems of most of the modern world. He was also, by the circumstance of his origin, one of the last Roman emperors for whom Latin was a native language. Born into a peasant family in the Balkans where Latin was still spoken, he ruled a state that was rapidly becoming Greek in culture and language. A transition he resisted and could not reverse. The most enduring of Justinian's achievements was the codification of Roman law, the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law, compiled between 529 and 534 CE under the direction of the jurist Tribonian. The Corpus Juris Civilis brought together and rationalized the accumulated mass of Roman legal materials, the laws issued by emperors, the opinions of the great jurists of the classical period, and a comprehensive textbook for law students, into a coherent, accessible, and authoritative legal system that would serve as the foundation of Byzantine law for the rest of the empire's history, and that would be rediscovered by Western European scholars in the 12th century, and become the basis of the civil law tradition that governs the legal systems of France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and most of the non-common law world today. Justinian's military reconquests, the reacquisition of North Africa from the Vandals in 533 CE, and of Italy from the Ostrogoths in a war that lasted from 535 to 554 CE, briefly restored the Roman Empire to something approaching its classical extent in the Western Mediterranean. But the wars of reconquest were enormously expensive in blood and treasure, and the territories recovered proved impossible to hold against subsequent challenges from the Lombards in Italy and the Moors in North Africa. The Hagia Sophia, the Church of the Holy Wisdom built in Constantinople between 532 and 537 CE, whose dome was for 1,000 years the largest in the world, is Justinian's most visible legacy, a building of such structural and aesthetic audacity that contemporaries believed it could only have been designed with divine assistance. Fact 5. The Hagia Sophia, the building that held the sky. The Hagia Sophia, the Church of the Holy Wisdom, was dedicated by the Emperor Justinian I on December 27, 537 CE, and the emperor who stood in the completed building and looked up at the dome rising 55 meters above the floor is reported to have said, "Solomon, I have surpassed thee," a claim of having outdone the legendary Temple of Jerusalem that expressed the full extent of Byzantine imperial ambition in a single sentence. For nearly 1,000 years after its dedication, the Hagia Sophia was the largest enclosed space in the world, the most technically daring building in the history of architecture, and the most theologically charged interior in Christendom. The place where the Byzantine emperor was crowned, where the ecumenical patriarch presided, and where the synthesis of Roman engineering genius, Greek aesthetic refinement, and Christian spiritual aspiration that defined Byzantine civilization found its most perfect expression. The structural achievement of the Hagia Sophia was, and remains, extraordinary. The central dome, 31.87 meters in diameter and 55.6 meters above the floor, was supported not by massive walls, but by a system of semidomes, pendentives, and piers that distributed the enormous downward and outward, thrust across the building's structure, in ways that the architects Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus derived from the mathematical and mechanical principles of their time. The result was a dome that appeared to float above the space below, its base ringed by 40 windows admitting so much light that contemporaries described it as hanging from heaven on a golden chain. The interior surface was covered in magnificent Byzantine mosaics and marble revetment, the gleaming polychrome marble columns, the gold mosaic surfaces of the upper walls and dome, the great imperial portraits and images of Christ that looked down from the semidomes. The effect was one of overwhelming sensory and spiritual immersion that visitors, from the Rus ambassadors who told their prince they could not tell whether they were in heaven or on earth, to the Ottoman sultans who converted it to a mosque, have consistently described in terms of the transcendent. The Hagia Sophia was converted to a mosque by Mehmed II immediately after the fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE, served as a mosque until 1934 CE when Ataturk converted it to a museum, and was reconverted to a mosque by the Turkish government in 2020 CE. Fact 6. The Empress Theodora, from the circus to the throne. The Empress Theodora, who married the future Emperor Justinian I around 525 CE and reigned as his co-emperor until her death in 548 CE, was one of the most remarkable figures in Byzantine history and one of the most extraordinary examples of social mobility in the history of any pre-modern civilization. A woman born into the lowest class of Byzantine society, who rose to the most powerful position in the empire, exercised that power with intelligence and determination, and left a legacy in Byzantine law, politics, and religious controversy that outlasted her husband's far longer reign. Her story is one that the Byzantine world found simultaneously inspiring and deeply troubling, and the contradictions in the way her contemporaries treated her memory reflect the contradictions at the heart of Byzantine attitudes toward women, class, and power. Theodora was born around 497 CE into the family of a bear-keeper at the Constantinople Hippodrome, a profession that placed her family at the very bottom of Byzantine social respectability. Her early life, as described by the court historian Procopius in his Secret History, included work as a mime actress and courtesan, professions that were legally disreputable and that should, under Byzantine law, have made marriage to a man of senatorial rank permanently impossible. The laws that should have prevented her marriage to Justinian were changed specifically to allow it. The moment at which Theodora's historical significance is most clearly visible is the Nika Revolt of 532 CE, the most dangerous political crisis of Justinian's reign, in which the chariot-racing factions of Constantinople united in a revolt that burned much of the city and came close to toppling the emperor. Justinian and his advisors were reportedly preparing to flee by ship when Theodora delivered the speech that stopped them. She would not flee, she said, because the purple of empire makes the finest burial shroud. The revolt was subsequently suppressed. Approximately 30,000 people were killed in the Hippodrome, and Justinian's reign was secured. Theodora's influence on Justinian's legal reforms was substantial and documented. The laws strengthening the rights of women, protecting women in the entertainment professions from exploitation, and reforming the legal status of actresses and their children bear the marks of her personal advocacy. The mosaic portrait of Theodora that survives in San Vitale in Ravenna, created during her own lifetime, shows her in full imperial regalia, her gaze direct and composed. It is one of the great portraits of power in the history of art. Fact 7. Greek fire, the secret weapon of the Byzantine navy. Among the most celebrated and most mysterious technological achievements of the Byzantine Empire was Greek fire, the incendiary substance that the Byzantine navy deployed against enemy fleets, with devastating effect from the late 7th century CE onward. A weapon so effective that it twice saved Constantinople from Arab naval assault, and whose secret composition was one of the most carefully guarded state secrets in Byzantine history. The exact chemical formula of Greek fire remains unknown. The Byzantines protected it with such success that it was never transmitted to any other civilization, and the substance disappeared from history when the Byzantine Empire that had created and used it ceased to exist in 1453 CE. Modern chemists and historians have proposed many possible formulations, but none has been definitively established. Greek fire was introduced into the Byzantine arsenal around 672 CE, allegedly by a Syrian engineer named Callinicus, who brought the secret of its manufacture to Constantinople from the Arab-held territories. It was deployed from ships through tubes or siphons under pressure, projecting a stream of burning liquid that continued to burn on the surface of water, a property that made it uniquely terrifying as a naval weapon, since conventional firefighting techniques of dousing with water were useless against it. The psychological impact of encountering burning water spreading across the surface of the sea toward one's ship was enormous, and Byzantine sources describe entire enemy fleets breaking and fleeing at the mere appearance of the flame-throwing vessels. The first major deployment of Greek fire was in the Arab siege of Constantinople of 674 to 678 CE, in which the Umayyad Caliphate assembled a massive fleet that attacked the city annually for 4 years before being driven off with enormous losses, in part by the Byzantine incendiary weapon. The second Arab siege of 717 to 718 CE was similarly repulsed. These two successful defenses effectively secured the Byzantine Empire's survival for another 7 centuries. Without them, the Caliphate might well have conquered Constantinople 2 centuries before the Ottomans did. The secret of Greek fire was protected by an elaborate system of institutional safeguards. The formula was reportedly known only to a small number of trusted specialists, the emperor himself and the patriarch. It was treated as a divine gift entrusted to the empire for its protection, and its sharing with foreign powers was presented as a form of sacrilege. Fact 8. The iconoclasm, when the empire turned against its images. The iconoclast controversy, the great theological and political crisis that convulsed the Byzantine Empire for over a century between approximately 726 and 843 CE, was one of the most dramatic internal conflicts in the history of any Christian state. A struggle over whether it was theologically legitimate to depict Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints in visual images, whether existing images should be venerated as aids to worship, and whether the powerful tradition of icon veneration that had developed in Byzantine Christianity was a form of idolatry that violated the biblical prohibition against the worship of images. The controversy tore apart the Byzantine church and state, exiled and executed defenders of icons, destroyed an incalculable number of works of religious art, created a permanent theological rift with the papacy in Rome, and ultimately ended in the restoration of icon veneration and the celebration of a feast day, the triumph of orthodoxy, that the Eastern Orthodox Church still observes annually. The controversy began in 726 CE, when the Emperor Leo III ordered the removal of a famous icon of Christ from the Chalk Gate, the main entrance to the imperial palace in Constantinople, and replaced it with a plain cross. His motivation was partly theological. He appears to have been genuinely convinced that icon veneration was a form of idolatry that explained the military reverses the empire had suffered from the Arab armies, and partly political, reflecting the influence of a more theologically austere form of Christianity that was influential in the eastern provinces of the empire and the military. The theological debate that followed engaged some of the most brilliant minds of the Byzantine world. The defenders of icons, most notably John of Damascus, writing from Arab-controlled Palestine where the Byzantine emperor's writ did not reach, argued that the incarnation of Christ justified the representation of his human form, since God had himself become visible in human flesh. The iconoclasts responded that any visual representation of Christ was either unable to capture his divinity or divided his human and divine natures in ways that violated Orthodox Christology. The controversy produced a cultural catastrophe. The systematic destruction of Byzantine religious art in the iconoclast period destroyed mosaics, frescoes, illuminated manuscripts, and ivory carvings that cannot be recovered, and the surviving Byzantine art from before the iconoclast period is consequently extremely rare. Fact 9. Basil II Bulgarictonos, the Bulgar Slayer. The Emperor Basil II, who ruled the Byzantine Empire from 976 to 1025 CE, in the longest reign of any Byzantine emperor, was arguably the most formidable military ruler in the history of the Byzantine state and one of the most ferocious commanders in the history of medieval warfare. A man who dedicated his reign to the systematic destruction of the Bulgarian Empire that had been the primary challenge to Byzantine power in the Balkans for 3 centuries, and who earned the epithet Bulgarictonos, Bulgar Slayer, by which history has known him through an act of calculated terror so extreme that it still shocks readers 1,000 years after its commission. Under Basil II, the Byzantine Empire reached its greatest territorial extent since the age of Justinian. The act that earned Basil his terrible epithet occurred in 1014 CE, following the Battle of Claudion, a decisive Byzantine victory over the Bulgarian army of Tsar Samuel, in which approximately 15,000 Bulgarian soldiers were captured. Basil ordered the prisoners blinded, all 15,000 of them, leaving one eye to every 100th man so that those men could lead the others back to their Tsar. When the blinded army arrived at Samuel's court, the Bulgarian Tsar reportedly suffered a stroke or heart attack at the sight and died 2 days later. Whether the story is literally true in every detail is debated by historians, but the blinding of Bulgarian prisoners on a massive scale is well attested in Byzantine sources, and the deliberate use of mass mutilation as a political and psychological weapon was consistent with Byzantine military practice of the period. Basil's military campaigns were remarkable not just for their brutality, but for their strategic consistency and their physical demands on the commander himself. He spent the majority of his nearly 50-year reign on campaign, leading his armies personally in the Balkans, in Syria, in Armenia, and in the Caucasus with an energy and personal endurance that contemporaries found extraordinary. He was cold, austere, personally simple in his habits, and apparently indifferent to the cultural and intellectual life of the court. He never married and left no direct heirs. The Byzantine Empire that Basil II left at his death in 1025 CE was the most powerful state in the Mediterranean world, its treasury full, its armies victorious, its frontiers extended. Within 50 years of his death, the empire had been devastated by the Battle of Manzikert. Fact 10. The Schism of 1054, when Christianity split in two. On July 16, 1054 CE, the papal legate Cardinal Humbert of Silva Candida walked into the great church of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, approached the high altar, and laid on it a bull of excommunication directed against the Patriarch of Constantinople, Michael Cerularius, and his associates. The Patriarch responded by excommunicating the papal legates in turn. This exchange of mutual anathemas, the formal ecclesiastical curses that placed their targets outside the communion of the Church, is conventionally dated as the moment of the Great Schism between the Catholic and Orthodox churches, the definitive separation of the 2 great branches of Christianity that has never been formally healed in the 9.5 centuries since it occurred, and that shapes the religious landscape of the world to the present day. The theological and ecclesiastical issues that produced the schism had been accumulating for centuries. The central theological dispute concerned the filioque, a Latin word meaning, and the Son, added by the Western Church to the Nicene Creed's statement about the Holy Spirit, which now read that the Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son, rather than simply from the Father, as the original Greek text stated. Eastern theologians regarded the filioque as a theological error and a procedural outrage. The Western Church had unilaterally modified a creed that had been established by the universal councils of the Church and could only be changed by another universal council. The political and ecclesiastical issues were equally significant. The papacy, reformed and invigorated by the Gregorian reform movement, was asserting a claim to universal jurisdiction over all Christian churches, a claim that the Patriarch of Constantinople, who regarded himself as the leader of one of the 5 ancient patriarchates of the Church with his own independent authority, absolutely rejected. The practical consequences of the schism were enormous. It crystallized a religious boundary that reinforced the cultural and political division between Latin Western Europe and Greek Eastern Europe and the Near East, creating 2 distinct Christian civilizations that would regard each other with suspicion, competition, and periodic hostility for the next millennium. The wounds inflicted in the course of the Fourth Crusade, when Western Christian forces sacked Orthodox Constantinople in 1204 CE, would ensure that the schism went far deeper than theology alone. 10 facts behind you: the city founded, the walls built, the dome raised. Now the empire faces its great crisis. The Turks at Manzikert, the Crusaders who came to help and stayed to sack, the gold coins that held the medieval world together. This is explored during Sleeping. Fact 11. The Battle of Manzikert, the day the world changed. The Battle of Manzikert on August 26, 1071 CE, in which the Byzantine army under the Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes was defeated, and the emperor himself was captured alive by the Seljuk Turkish forces of Sultan Alp Arslan, was one of the most consequential military engagements in the history of the medieval world. An encounter whose immediate outcome was not especially dramatic, but whose long-term consequences were irreversible. The opening of Anatolia, the heartland of the Byzantine Empire, the source of most of its military recruits and agricultural revenues, the territory that had been Roman for over 1,000 years, to Turkish settlement and political control, and the beginning of the long, slow process by which Anatolia was transformed from a Greek Christian land into the Turkish Muslim land that it is today. The battle itself unfolded in circumstances shaped by Byzantine internal politics as much as by military factors. Romanos IV had come to power in a palace coup and had never secured the loyalty of the Byzantine aristocratic factions that opposed him. His army, a mixed force of professional Byzantine soldiers, Normans, Armenians, Frankish mercenaries, and Turkish auxiliaries, was a reflection of the empire's mid-11th century military in all its ethnic complexity and political unreliability. During the battle, a section of the Byzantine force commanded by the general Andronikos Doukas, a member of a rival aristocratic faction, withdrew from the field at a critical moment. Whether through misunderstanding, cowardice, or deliberate betrayal has never been definitively established. The aftermath of Manzikert was remarkable in its relative humanity. Alp Arslan received the captured emperor with courtesy, negotiated a ransom and peace treaty, and released him. Romanos returned to Constantinople, but found that during his captivity his enemies had staged a coup, installed a new emperor, and were not interested in honoring the treaty he had negotiated with the Seljuks. He died shortly after, blinded by his political enemies. Without a functioning Byzantine central authority to defend it, Anatolia was open. Over the following decades, Turkish nomadic groups poured into the peninsula, and by the end of the 11th century, the Byzantine Empire had lost control of most of its Anatolian heartland, a loss from which it never fully recovered. Manzikert's catastrophe was not military but political. It exposed a Byzantine state so weakened by internal faction that it could not defend its own heartland, and the Anatolian plateau it lost would never truly come back. Fact 12. The First Crusade, Byzantium's ambiguous alliance. The First Crusade, the Western Christian military expedition called by Pope Urban II at the Council of Clermont in November 1095 CE, which resulted in the capture of Jerusalem in 1099 CE, was launched in part in response to an appeal for military assistance from the Byzantine Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who had asked the papacy to send mercenary soldiers to help the empire recover its lost Anatolian territories from the Seljuk Turks. What arrived at Constantinople in the course of 1096 CE was not the mercenary force that Alexios had requested, but a vast, poorly organized, religiously inflamed popular and military expedition of several 100,000 people that had its own goals, its own leadership, and its own understanding of what the campaign was about, an understanding that was not always compatible with Byzantine strategic interests. The encounter between Alexios and the Crusade leaders in Constantinople was tense and mutually suspicious. Alexios needed the Crusaders as military auxiliaries to recover Byzantine territory. The Crusade leaders needed Byzantine logistical support and guidance through territory they did not know. Both sides were deeply uncertain about the other's intentions and reliability. Alexios required the Crusade leaders to swear an oath that any former Byzantine territory they recovered in the course of their campaign would be returned to imperial sovereignty, an oath that most of them swore with varying degrees of sincerity and that most of them subsequently violated. The Crusaders' capture of Antioch in 1098 CE, a former Byzantine city whose patriarch was a Greek Orthodox cleric, illustrated the tension perfectly. The Crusade leader Bohemond of Taranto refused to return Antioch to Byzantine control despite his oath, establishing a Norman principality there instead. The Byzantine emperor's inability to enforce the oath was a humiliating demonstration of the limits of his power, and it poisoned the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the crusading states for the century that followed. The First Crusade was, from the Byzantine perspective, a deeply ambiguous event. It recovered some Anatolian territory, but at the cost of establishing Latin Christian principalities in the Levant that would compete with Byzantine influence in the region. And it introduced into Byzantine political life a new and deeply disruptive element, the Western Crusader, whose military power was sometimes useful and whose political ambitions were always threatening. Fact 13. The Komnenian Restoration, the empire fights back. The century between approximately 1081 and 1185 CE, the period of the Komnenian dynasty, when three extraordinarily capable emperors, Alexios I, John II, and Manuel I, reversed the territorial catastrophe of the post-Manzikert decades and restored the Byzantine Empire to something approaching its former greatness, represents one of the most remarkable political and military recoveries in the history of any medieval state. An achievement that required not merely military success, but a fundamental reorganization of the Byzantine state's political economy, military system, and diplomatic posture. The Komnenian dynasty did not simply inherit the restored empire, they created the institutional conditions for its restoration. Alexios I Komnenos, who came to power in 1081 CE through a military coup, at a moment when the Byzantine Empire was simultaneously threatened by Norman invasion from the west, Seljuk Turkish pressure from the east, and internal economic collapse, was one of the most effective crisis managers in Byzantine history. He reorganized the Byzantine military around a new system of grants of land and tax revenues, the prona, to military commanders in return for service, creating a more reliable and more economically sustainable military force than the increasingly mercenary-dependent army of the preceding period. He manipulated the First Crusade to recover some of the lost Anatolian territory. He stabilized the empire's finances through a combination of tax reform and commercial concessions. John II Komnenos, Alexios' son and successor, who ruled from 1118 to 1143 CE, was arguably the greatest Byzantine military commander of the Middle Period, a man of personal courage and strategic vision who led his army on campaign almost continuously, recovering territory in Anatolia and the Levant that had been lost for decades. He refused the luxuries of the imperial court, lived with his soldiers, and earned the loyalty of his army by the force of his personality and the consistency of his military success. Manuel I Komnenos, the last great Komnenian emperor, attempted the most ambitious foreign policy of any Byzantine ruler since Justinian, projecting imperial power into Italy, Hungary, the Crusader states, and Egypt simultaneously, and briefly made the Byzantine Empire the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. His defeat at the Battle of Myriokephalon in 1176 CE against the Seljuks proved that the Anatolian reconquest he had planned was beyond Byzantine resources. Fact 14. The Fourth Crusade, the betrayal that broke the empire. The Fourth Crusade of 1202 to 1204 CE, the expedition that was supposed to reconquer Jerusalem from the Muslims and instead ended up sacking Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire and the largest Christian city in the world, killing thousands of Orthodox Christians, looting the accumulated treasures of 1,000 years of imperial civilization, and establishing a Latin empire in the former Byzantine capital that would last for 57 years. Was one of the most catastrophic betrayals of stated purpose in the history of human conflict, an event that permanently crippled the Byzantine Empire, permanently deepened the Orthodox Catholic schism, and permanently altered the political geography of the Eastern Mediterranean. The diversion of the Crusade to Constantinople unfolded through a combination of debt, opportunism, and Byzantine political intrigue. The Crusaders had contracted with the Venetians for transport and naval support at a price they could not afford to pay. To settle their debt, they agreed to help Venice capture the Christian city of Zara in Dalmatia on the way south, a diversion that earned the entire Crusade excommunication from Pope Innocent III. From Zara, a Byzantine prince named Alexios, the son of a deposed emperor seeking to reclaim his father's throne, arrived with an offer. Help him become emperor, and he would pay the Crusade's debt to Venice, reunite the Orthodox and Catholic churches, and provide 10,000 soldiers for the Holy Land campaign. The Crusaders agreed, and the fleet turned toward Constantinople. The city fell to a combined land and sea assault in April 1204 CE, and what followed was 3 days of systematic looting on a scale that shocked even contemporaries accustomed to the violence of medieval warfare. The bronze horses of the Hippodrome were shipped to Venice, where they still stand above the entrance to San Marco. The relics, gold, silver, and luxury goods accumulated in Constantinople over centuries were dispersed across the Latin West. The great bronze statue of Hercules by the sculptor Lysippos was melted down for coins. The Byzantine Empire that survived the Fourth Crusade in the successor states of Nicaea, Trebizond, and Epirus was permanently weakened, its territory reduced, its financial resources depleted, and its ability to project military power fundamentally compromised by the trauma of 1204 CE. The Venetian role in the Fourth Crusade was the beginning of a Venetian commercial empire in the Eastern Mediterranean that outlasted the restored Byzantine state. Fact 15. Byzantine art, the theology of beauty. The art of the Byzantine Empire, the tradition of religious painting in tempera and fresco that we call icons, the monumental mosaic programs that covered the interiors of Byzantine churches, the illuminated manuscripts, the ivory carvings, the enamel work, and the silk textiles that expressed Byzantine aesthetic values over 11 centuries, was not decorative art in any secular sense, but a theological system made visible. A systematic expression, in gold and color and human form, of the Orthodox Christian understanding of the relationship between the material world and the divine reality that it both expressed and concealed. To understand Byzantine art is to understand Byzantine theology, and to understand Byzantine theology is to understand why Byzantine art looks the way it does. The central theological principle of Byzantine art is the icon, not merely the painted image venerated in Orthodox worship, but the broader theological concept that a visual representation of Christ, the Virgin Mary, or the saints participates in the sacred reality it depicts, serving as a window between the material world and the divine, rather than merely a picture of a divine subject. This theology was established definitively at the Second Council of Nicaea in 787 CE, which ended the first phase of the iconoclast controversy by affirming that icons should be venerated, not worshipped, a distinction Byzantine theologians were careful to maintain, as channels through which divine grace reached the worshipper. The visual conventions of Byzantine art, the frontal pose, the large eyes, the flattened figures, the gold background that suggests the uncreated light of the divine realm, were not the product of artistic incompetence, as Western Renaissance critics sometimes assumed, but of a deliberate theological aesthetic. Byzantine artists were not trying to create the illusion of three-dimensional reality. They were trying to represent the spiritual reality behind the physical world, and the dematerialized, hieratic style they developed was the visual equivalent of the theological distinction between the created and the uncreated. The influence of Byzantine art on the subsequent history of European and Eastern Christian art was enormous. The entire tradition of Eastern Orthodox icon painting descends from it, and the Byzantine aesthetic vocabulary shaped the development of medieval Western art at every level, from the mosaics of Ravenna and Sicily to the earliest panel paintings of the Italian Proto-Renaissance. Fact 16. The Varangian Guard, Vikings in the Imperial Service. Among the most visually striking and historically fascinating institutions of the Byzantine Empire was the Varangian Guard, the elite corps of Scandinavian and later Anglo-Saxon mercenary warriors who served as the personal bodyguard of the Byzantine Emperor from the late 10th century onward, their tall figures, Northern European complexions, and great two-handed axes, making them among the most distinctive military units in the medieval world, and their presence in the heart of the most sophisticated civilization of the age, one of the most striking cultural contrasts in the history of military service. The Varangians, the word derives from an Old Norse term for a sworn companion, were simultaneously the most loyal and the most terrifying soldiers in the Byzantine military. Their personal oath to the emperor and their professional detachment from Byzantine court politics, making them uniquely trustworthy in a political environment where the loyalty of native Byzantine military commanders was always uncertain. The Varangian Guard was formally established in 988 CE, when the Kievan Rus Prince Vladimir I sent 6,000 warriors to the Byzantine Emperor Basil II as part of the diplomatic agreement by which Basil provided Vladimir with a bride from the imperial family. These warriors formed the nucleus of the new guard, which subsequently recruited from Scandinavian adventurers seeking their fortunes in the service of the richest and most prestigious employer in the known world. The Guard's fame spread through the Norse world. The Swedish upland rune stones record numerous men who went to serve in the Miklagard, the great city, and the sagas of the Norse world are full of stories of young warriors setting out for Constantinople. The most famous Varangian was Harald Sigurdsson, later known as Harald Hardrada, the last great Viking king of Norway, who served in the Guard in the 1030s and 1040s, rising to command it before returning to Norway and eventually dying at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 CE, 3 weeks before the Norman conquest of England. His career in Constantinople, where he fought in the Balkans, in the Mediterranean, and in Palestine, was celebrated in the Scandinavian sagas as a model of Viking military achievement. The Guard's composition shifted significantly after the Norman conquest of England in 1066 CE, when large numbers of Anglo-Saxon warriors who refused to serve under Norman rule made their way to Constantinople and joined the Varangian Guard, transforming it from primarily Scandinavian to primarily English in its later centuries. Fact 17. Byzantine diplomacy, the empire of words. The Byzantine Empire was, for much of its history, the most diplomatically sophisticated state in the medieval world, a civilization that had developed, over centuries of managing its relationships with dozens of neighboring peoples, a comprehensive toolkit of diplomatic techniques that combined flattery and intimidation, commercial privilege and dynastic marriage. Religious conversion and ceremonial display into a system of imperial influence projection that allowed the empire to survive and even thrive in periods when its military power was insufficient to achieve its goals by force alone. Byzantine diplomacy was, in the phrase of a modern historian, the continuation of war by other means. The central instrument of Byzantine diplomatic ceremony was the imperial reception, the choreographed ritual encounter in which foreign ambassadors were received at the court of Constantinople, in a setting designed to overwhelm their senses and impress upon them the immeasurable superiority of the Roman emperor to any other ruler on earth. The throne room of the Great Palace was equipped with mechanical wonders, golden lions that roared and beat their tails, golden birds that sang in a golden tree, designed to awe the visitor who had never encountered such technology. Ambassadors were required to prostrate themselves before the emperor, who was dressed in gold robes and surrounded by the full ceremonial court. The Byzantines also deployed religious conversion as a diplomatic tool with extraordinary effectiveness. The conversion of the Bulgarian Tsar Boris to Christianity in 864 CE brought Bulgaria into the Byzantine cultural sphere. The conversion of the Kievan Rus in 988 CE, formally accomplished when Prince Vladimir chose Eastern Christianity after reportedly sending ambassadors to observe the worship of multiple religions, created the most significant Byzantine cultural sphere outside the empire itself, one whose descendant civilization Russia considers itself to be. The Book of Ceremonies, compiled by Constantine I Porphyrogenitos in the 10th century, is one of the most extraordinary documents in the history of statecraft, a manual for the production of imperial dignity that reveals the extent to which the Byzantines understood ceremony itself as a form of power. Byzantine diplomatic skill also extended to managing neighbors through subsidies and honorific titles, making a barbarian king into a Roman general on paper and binding him to the empire's interests with the currency of prestige. Fact 18. The Byzantine economy, the nomisma and the world. The Byzantine Empire was, for much of its history, the wealthiest state in the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world, the center of a commercial network that connected the Silk Roads of Central Asia to the spice routes of the Indian Ocean and both to the markets of Western Europe, a state whose gold currency, the nomisma or solidus, served as the reserve currency of the medieval world for 7 centuries. Circulating from Ireland to India and from Scandinavia to Sudan as the most reliable standard of monetary value available to merchants who needed a universally accepted medium of exchange. The Byzantine economy was not a modern capitalist economy, but it was a sophisticated and productive one, capable of sustaining a state of considerable military power and extraordinary cultural achievement. The nomisma, the gold coin introduced by Constantine I in the early 4th century CE, and maintained at a consistent standard of purity for approximately 700 years until its debasement under Michael IV in the 1040s CE, was one of the great monetary achievements of world history. Its reliability, a gold content of approximately 4.4 grams maintained consistently, made it the preferred currency for international trade across an area that had no other trustworthy monetary standard. Medieval chroniclers from England to Persia referred to it as the dollar of the Middle Ages, and its disappearance from circulation following the Byzantine economic crisis of the 11th century was felt across the entire trading world. The Byzantine commercial system was organized around Constantinople's position as the entrepot between the Black Sea trade networks, the overland silk roads through Central Asia, and the maritime routes of the Eastern Mediterranean. Merchants from every civilization passed through the city, Arab, Jewish, Italian, Russian, Armenian, Persian, Georgian, paying customs duties that generated enormous revenues for the imperial treasury. The silk industry, both the manufacture of luxury silks in the imperial workshops and the long-distance trade, was among the most economically significant activities in the Byzantine economy. The economic crisis of the 11th and 12th centuries, the debasement of the nomisma, the commercial concessions granted to Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, and the disruption of the Anatolian agricultural heartland by the Turkish invasions, permanently weakened the Byzantine fiscal and commercial position and initiated the long decline that made the empire increasingly dependent on the Italian commercial cities, whose privileges were bleeding it dry. Fact 19. The Macedonian Renaissance, when Byzantium rediscovered antiquity. The period roughly corresponding to the reign of the Macedonian dynasty, from the accession of Basil I in 867 CE to the death of Basil II in 1025 CE, was one of the most intellectually productive and culturally brilliant in the history of the Byzantine Empire, a period in which the systematic recovery and copying of ancient Greek literature, philosophy, and science created a cultural renaissance that preserved for future generations an enormous body of classical knowledge that would otherwise have been lost, and in which the Byzantine state reached the peak of its military power and cultural self-confidence simultaneously, expressing both in works of art, scholarship, and architectural patronage of the highest order. The scholarly activity of the Macedonian period was driven by a small number of extraordinary individuals who combined the authority of high imperial office with genuine intellectual ability. The Patriarch Photios, the most learned man of the 9th century by any measure, twice Patriarch of Constantinople, and the central figure in the theological conflict with Rome that was the direct precursor of the schism of 1054, produced in his Bibliotheca a review of 279 books he had read, covering works of history, rhetoric, theology, and philosophy, many of which no longer survive in any other form. Constantine I Porphyrogenitos, the emperor who was more interested in scholarship than in politics, organized the compilation of encyclopedic collections covering virtually every subject of ancient learning. The copying activity of Macedonian monasteries and scriptoria preserved the texts of ancient Greek literature, philosophy, mathematics, and medicine in the minuscule script that had replaced the earlier uncial script, making them accessible to a wider readership and protecting them against the deterioration of earlier papyrus manuscripts. Our possession of the works of Plato, Aristotle, Thucydides, Sophocles, Euclid, and dozens of other ancient writers is in large measure a consequence of the copying decisions made in Byzantine scriptoria of the 9th and 10th centuries. The Byzantine artistic achievement of the Macedonian period, the mosaics of Hosios Laukas and Nemoni, the ivory carvings of the imperial workshops, the illuminated manuscripts of the Paris Psalter and the Joshua Roll, represents the high point of the Byzantine aesthetic tradition, works that combine the formal hierarchy of Byzantine religious art with a new attention to the naturalistic figure style of late antique painting. Fact 20. The Byzantine monks, the spiritual empire. The monastic tradition of the Byzantine Empire was one of the most distinctive and most influential aspects of Byzantine civilization, a tradition of communal and eremitic religious life that shaped not only the spiritual experience of Byzantine Christians, but the intellectual culture, the art, the political life, and the social welfare system of the empire in ways that make any account of Byzantine civilization that ignores monasticism fundamentally incomplete. Byzantine monks were not peripheral figures retreating from the world, but central actors in the world they nominally renounced, their monasteries serving simultaneously as centers of scholarship and book production, as hospitals and poorhouses, as political refuges and political powers. The origins of Byzantine monasticism lay in the Egyptian desert, where in the 3rd and 4th centuries CE the first Christian ascetics developed the forms of spiritual discipline and communal religious life that became the foundations of the monastic tradition throughout the Christian world. The great Cappadocian theologian Basil of Caesarea adapted the Egyptian tradition for the Greek-speaking world in the 4th century, providing the rule of communal life that shaped Byzantine monasticism from that time forward and that continues to govern the monasteries of the Eastern Orthodox tradition today. The most significant Byzantine monastic center was Mount Athos, the rocky peninsula in northern Greece that had been home to hermits since the 9th century, and that from the 10th century onward became the site of a concentrated collection of large, well-endowed monastic communities that have remained continuously inhabited to the present day. The Great Lavra, founded by Athanasios the Athenite with imperial patronage in 963 CE, was the first and most prestigious of the Athenite monasteries, and the community of monasteries that grew up around it became the spiritual capital of the Orthodox world, a destination for pilgrims, a refuge for scholars, and a center of artistic production. The political influence of Byzantine monks was enormous and sometimes decisive. The Hesychast controversy of the 14th century, a theological dispute about the nature of divine light that pitted the monk Gregory Palamas against the humanist scholar Balaam of Calabria, was resolved in favor of the monastics, shaping the theological identity of Eastern Orthodox Christianity in ways that remain fundamental to its character today. Fact 21. The Palaiologos dynasty, the last Romans. The Palaiologos dynasty, which ruled the restored Byzantine Empire from its reconquest of Constantinople in 1261 CE to the fall of the city to the Ottoman Turks in 1453 CE, governed for nearly 2 centuries over a state that was, in every quantifiable sense, a shadow of the empire it claimed to continue. A state whose territory had shrunk to Constantinople itself, a few Aegean islands, and the despotate of Mora in the Peloponnese. Whose finances were so depleted that the Emperor John V. Palaiologos had to pawn his crown jewels to Venice, whose military strength was so diminished that it could not defend its walls without foreign mercenaries. Yet the Palaiologans also presided over the last and most intellectually brilliant phase of Byzantine civilization, the Palaiologan Renaissance, and kept the flame of Greek learning burning in Constantinople until the very end. The dynasty began with Michael VII Palaiologos, who recaptured Constantinople from the Latin Empire in July 1261 CE through a combination of military opportunism and diplomatic skill. Entering the city that had been in Latin hands for 57 years, and restoring it to Byzantine rule in an event celebrated by his contemporaries as a miraculous deliverance. But the empire he restored was permanently diminished. The Italian commercial communities retained their privileged trading positions, extracting the customs revenues that should have financed the state's recovery. The Anatolian heartland remained in Turkish hands, and the resources available to the restored empire were a fraction of those the classical Byzantine state had commanded. The subsequent Palaiologos emperors were, with occasional exceptions, men of genuine intelligence and culture faced with challenges that would have defeated leaders of far greater ability. They negotiated with every potential ally, the papacy, the Western European kingdoms, the Mongols, even the Turks, in search of military assistance that never materialized in sufficient force to reverse the Ottoman advance. They presided over theological union councils with the Western Church, at Lyon in 1274 and Florence in 1439 CE, designed to secure Western military aid in exchange for the submission of the Orthodox Church to papal authority, and that earned them the hatred of most of their own people without producing the hoped-for aid. The last Palaiologos emperor, Constantine I, died fighting on the walls of Constantinople on May 29, 1453 CE, refusing to flee and refusing to surrender, a death that his people transformed into a story of heroic Roman fidelity to the very end. Fact 22. The Palaiologan Renaissance, culture at the edge of oblivion. The final 2 centuries of the Byzantine Empire, the period between the restoration of Constantinople in 1261 CE and its fall in 1453 CE, produced, paradoxically, the most brilliant intellectual and artistic culture in the empire's history. A renaissance of Byzantine learning that recovered and reinterpreted the achievements of classical antiquity with depth and sophistication that exceeded anything the Macedonian period had achieved, and that produced the scholars whose flight westward after the fall of Constantinople is credited by some historians with helping to ignite the Italian Renaissance. The intellectual culture of the Palaiologan period was driven by a small number of extraordinary individuals. Theodore Metachites, Grand Logothete under the Emperor Andronikos II and the patron of the Chora Church in Constantinople, whose mosaics and frescoes are the supreme achievement of Palaiologan visual art, was simultaneously a statesman, a poet, a philosopher, an astronomer, and the author of a vast collection of essays that ranged across every field of ancient learning. Gregory Palamas, the monk of Mount Athos, whose theology of the divine light shaped the subsequent development of Orthodox mysticism, produced in his Triads one of the most significant works of Orthodox theology since John of Damascus. The scholars who carried Byzantine learning westward were the direct transmitters of classical knowledge to the Renaissance West. Manuel Chrysoloras, who taught Greek in Florence from 1397 CE, sparked the Italian humanist enthusiasm for direct engagement with Greek texts. Bessarion, who participated in the Council of Florence in 1439 CE, subsequently became a Catholic cardinal and donated his collection of Greek manuscripts to Venice, where they became the nucleus of the Bibliotheca Marciana. The Chora Church, the monastery in the western quarter of Constantinople, restored and decorated under Metachites' patronage between approximately 1316 and 1321 CE, contains in its narthex and paikoljon some of the most beautiful mosaic and fresco programs in the history of Christian art. Works that combine the spiritual intensity of the Byzantine tradition with a new attention to narrative drama and physical naturalism that anticipates the innovations of the Italian Renaissance. The Palaiologan Renaissance demonstrates one of history's most poignant paradoxes, that civilizations can reach their intellectual peak in the very moment of their political extinction, as if the approaching end releases some final intensity of creative energy. Fact 23. The Hesychast Controversy, Light and Darkness in the Soul. The Hesychast Controversy, the great theological dispute that divided Byzantine intellectual and religious life in the 14th century, was ostensibly a debate about the nature of the divine light seen by mystics in contemplative prayer, but it was in reality a conflict between two fundamentally different visions of what human beings are, how they relate to God, and what the purpose of Christian life ultimately is. A conflict between the monastic Hesychast tradition that valued direct experiential union with God as the highest human achievement, and the humanist tradition that valued intellectual cultivation and engagement with ancient learning. The resolution of the controversy in favor of the Hesychasts in 1351 CE shaped the subsequent development of Eastern Orthodox theology in ways that are still felt in the present. The Hesychast tradition claimed that through the practice of the Jesus prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, repeated continuously in a specific posture with controlled breathing, the monk could achieve a direct vision of the divine light that the apostles had seen emanating from Christ at the Transfiguration on Mount Tabor. This light, the Hesychasts claimed, was not created, not metaphorical, but genuinely the energy of God himself, a participation of the human in the divine that transformed the monk's very nature. Gregory Palamas, the great defender of Hesychasm who became Archbishop of Thessaloniki, developed the theological distinction between the divine essence and the divine energies that became the cornerstone of Orthodox theology. God's essence is unknowable and inaccessible to creatures, but God's energies, the divine activities by which God acts in the world, are genuinely God himself and can be participated in by human beings transformed by grace. The opposing position was associated with Balaam of Calabria, a Greek monk from southern Italy trained in Western scholastic philosophy, who argued that the Hesychast claims were philosophically incoherent and theologically dangerous. The controversy was resolved at a series of councils in Constantinople in the 1340s and 1350s CE that condemned Balaam's position and affirmed Palamas' theology as the official teaching of the Orthodox Church. The controversy was a decisive choice between two visions of what it means to be human: the humanist vision of intellectual cultivation and the mystical vision of direct divine union. The Orthodox Church chose the second and has never changed its mind. Fact 24. Byzantine women, power within constraint. The position of women in Byzantine society was shaped by the same combination of Roman legal tradition, Christian theological teaching, and practical necessity that characterized the Byzantine attitude toward most social questions, theoretically restrictive in its formal definitions, but considerably more varied and more nuanced in practice, producing a reality in which women of the right class, the right family connections, and the right moment could wield enormous influence both within the domestic sphere and in the wider world of court politics, religious life, and intellectual culture. The Empress, the Augusta, occupied the highest position available to any Byzantine woman, and the history of the Byzantine Empire includes a number of women who exercised imperial authority with remarkable effectiveness. The most dramatic example was Irene of Athens, who ruled as sole emperor from 797 to 802 CE. The first woman in Roman history to reign in her own name, celebrated in the Eastern Orthodox Church as a saint for her role in restoring the veneration of icons at the Second Council of Nicaea in 787 CE, even as she was condemned by Western contemporaries for securing her position through the blinding of her own son. The legitimate emperor Constantine I. The monastery provided the primary institutional framework within which Byzantine women of religious vocation could exercise public authority and intellectual independence. The abbess of a major Byzantine women's monastery was a figure of considerable spiritual prestige and administrative power, governing a community that might include hundreds of nuns and controlling substantial landholdings. The most remarkable Byzantine monastic women, like Macrina, the sister of Basil of Caesarea, who is credited by her brother Gregory of Nyssa with the most profound philosophical education of his life, combined the spiritual authority of the ascetic with the intellectual accomplishments of the scholar. The Byzantine legal tradition gave women substantial rights in property and inheritance that made them significant economic actors. Women could own property, manage businesses, initiate legal proceedings, and enter into contracts in their own names, and the surviving papyri and court records of the Byzantine world contain abundant evidence of women exercising these rights with practical confidence. The Empress Zoe, one of the last of the Macedonian dynasty, married 3 times, selecting her husbands with the same authority her male predecessors had exercised, and is depicted in the surviving mosaic portraits of the Hagia Sophia's upper gallery, Fact 25. The Byzantine Army, how an empire fought. The Byzantine Army, the military institution that defended the empire's frontiers, projected imperial power across the Mediterranean and the Near East, and served as the primary instrument of Byzantine geopolitical ambition for 11 centuries, was one of the most professionally organized and most tactically sophisticated military forces in the medieval world. An institution that inherited the organizational traditions of the late Roman army, adapted them to the changing military challenges of successive centuries, and produced in its classical period a fighting force that was consistently competitive with any contemporary adversary. The Byzantine military system in its classical period was organized around a combination of professional standing forces, the tagmata, the elite cavalry and infantry units stationed in and around Constantinople, and the thematic armies, the provincial forces drawn from military settler communities in the empire's major regions. The thematic system, introduced in the 7th century CE as a response to the Arab invasions, assigned military command and civil administration of each major province to a strategos, a general, creating a more locally responsive military organization than the late Roman bureaucratic system had provided. The Byzantine tactical tradition was among the most sophisticated in the medieval world, reflected in a series of military manuals, the Strategicon attributed to the Emperor Maurice, the Tactica of Leo VI, the Precepta Militaria of Nicephorus Phocas, that describe in detail the tactical principles, formations, weapon systems, and psychological techniques that Byzantine commanders were expected to master. The Byzantine approach to warfare emphasized caution, intelligence gathering, the use of terrain, the exploitation of enemy weaknesses, and the avoidance of pitched battle when possible. A preference for the indirect approach that reflected both the intellectual sophistication of Byzantine military culture and the strategic reality of an empire that could not afford attritional engagements. The decline of the Byzantine military in the late period, the progressive mercenarialization of the army, the loss of the Anatolian military recruitment base after Manzikert, the fiscal collapse that prevented adequate wages and equipment maintenance, was one of the most consequential aspects of Byzantine decline, creating a feedback loop in which military weakness produced territorial loss that reduced revenues that further weakened the military. Fact 26. The Silk Road and Byzantium, trade at the center of the world. The Byzantine Empire's strategic position, at the junction of the overland silk roads from China and Central Asia, and the maritime routes from the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea, made it the most important commercial entrepot in the pre-modern world, the place where the luxury goods of Asia entered the European market, and where the products of European agriculture and craft production entered the Asian commercial networks. The empire's management of this commercial position, through the regulation of trade, the imposition of customs duties, and the maintenance of commercial relationships with every major trading civilization from China to England, was one of the central preoccupations of Byzantine economic policy and one of the primary sources of its wealth. The silk industry deserves special attention. Silk, the luxury textile whose cultivation China had guarded as a state secret for centuries, was introduced to the Byzantine world in approximately 552 CE when two monks, reportedly Nestorian Christian missionaries returning from Central Asia, smuggled silkworm eggs out of China concealed in hollow walking staves and brought them to Constantinople. The subsequent development of a Byzantine domestic silk industry, controlled by the state, centered in Constantinople, and producing the luxury fabrics that clothed the imperial court and supplied the most prestigious markets of the European and Islamic worlds, was one of the most economically significant technological acquisitions in Byzantine history. Byzantine silk production was organized around state-controlled workshops, the ergasteria, that produced the most prestigious grades of fabric, including the famous purple silk dyed with the secretion of the murex sea snail that was reserved for imperial use, its very name the source of the English phrase, born to the purple, that denotes the children of reigning monarchs. The imperial monopoly on purple silk was jealously guarded, the export of certain grades was prohibited, and the unauthorized use of the imperial purple color was treated as a capital offense. The disruption of Byzantine commercial networks, by the Arab conquests that diverted the Indian Ocean trade routes, by the commercial privileges granted to Venetian and Genoese merchants that redirected the profits of the Black Sea trade into Italian pockets, and by the Turkish conquests that severed the overland routes through Anatolia, was a central element of the empire's economic decline. Fact 27. The Byzantine Church, faith and power. The relationship between the Byzantine Emperor and the Byzantine Church, the fundamental question of how political and religious authority were distributed and coordinated in a civilization that understood both as expressions of God's will was one of the most complex, most contested, and most generative questions in the history of the Byzantine world. A question that was never definitively resolved, and whose ongoing negotiation produced some of the most dramatic conflicts and some of the most creative syntheses in Byzantine political and theological history. The Byzantine model of church-state relations, known to scholars as Caesaropapism, was neither the simple subordination of the church to the emperor that its critics alleged, nor the simple independence of the church from imperial power that its defenders claimed. The emperor was not, in Byzantine theology, merely a secular ruler. He was the representative of God on earth, the 13th apostle, the Isapostolos, the equal of the apostles, whose authority to govern the church derived from his position as God's vicegerent over the Christian commonwealth. This gave him the right and the duty to call church councils, to enforce their decisions, to appoint and depose patriarchs, and to intervene in theological controversies whose outcome affected the unity and orthodoxy of the community he governed. The Nicene Creed was defined at a council he summoned. The iconoclast controversy was resolved by imperial legislation. Yet the church was not simply the emperor's instrument. The patriarchs of Constantinople regularly confronted emperors whose policies they regarded as theologically erroneous or morally unacceptable, and the history of Byzantine church-state relations is full of patriarchs who refused to comply with imperial demands, excommunicated emperors, and accepted exile rather than betray their theological convictions. Patriarch Photios defied 2 emperors and 2 popes. Patriarch Athanasios I harangued the emperor Andronikos II with such persistent moral fervor that the emperor reportedly wished he could escape through a hole in the floor. The most creative product of this complex relationship was the concept of symphonia, the harmony of church and state, each perfect in its own sphere and coordinated with the other in the service of the Christian commonwealth. A theoretical ideal that was rarely achieved in practice, but that provided the normative framework within which Byzantine church-state relations were understood and debated. Fact 28. The Crusades and Byzantium, a relationship that scarred. The relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the crusading movement that convulsed the Latin West between the First Crusade of 1095 CE and the fall of the last Crusader strongholds in the late 13th century was one of the most consequential and most damaging relationships in the history of medieval Christianity. A century and a half of uneasy alliance, mutual suspicion, periodic cooperation. An ultimately catastrophic betrayal that ended in the sack of Constantinople by the Fourth Crusade in 1204 CE and permanently transformed the relationship between Eastern and Western Christendom from a complicated partnership into something closer to mutual hostility. The fundamental problem was one of incompatible purposes. The Byzantine emperors who appealed to the West for military assistance wanted military auxiliaries who would serve under Byzantine command, recover Byzantine territory, and then return home or integrate into Byzantine service. What arrived were independent military forces with their own commanders, their own chain of command, their own territorial ambitions, and their own understanding of Christian holy war that had no place for Byzantine claims to sovereignty over the recovered territories. The Normans who established themselves in Antioch, the Crusader kingdoms of Jerusalem and Tripoli, the Latin Empire of Constantinople, all were products of a crusading impulse that saw the Byzantine Empire not as an ally to be assisted, but as a competitor for influence in the Levant, and ultimately as a target for territorial expansion. The Norman ruler Bohemond of Taranto, who had fought against the Byzantines before he joined the First Crusade, launched an actual military invasion of Byzantine territory in 1107 CE, using the same rhetoric of Christian liberation that the Crusades had employed against the Muslims. The psychological damage inflicted on Byzantine-Western relations by the Fourth Crusade of 1204 CE was as significant as the material damage. The memory of Latin Christian soldiers looting Orthodox Christian churches, melting down sacred objects for bullion, and installing a Latin patriarch in the Hagia Sophia created a wound in Orthodox consciousness that contributed to the persistent popular resistance within the Byzantine Empire to any theological union with Rome that might have secured Western military assistance against the Ottoman advance. The scar of 1204 CE has never fully healed. When Pope John Paul II visited Athens in 2001 CE, the Greek Orthodox Church asked him to apologize for the Fourth Crusade, nearly 8 centuries after the event. Fact 29. The Byzantine language, the long life of Greek. The linguistic history of the Byzantine Empire is in many ways the story of the slow transformation of a Roman state into a Greek one, a process that began before the empire's foundation, accelerated through the Middle Byzantine period, and was complete by the time of the Palaeologan dynasty. when the empire that still called itself Roman had become in language, culture, and self-understanding thoroughly Greek. The survival of the Greek language through the 11 centuries of Byzantine civilization, its adaptation to new literary and liturgical purposes, and its transmission through Byzantine educational institutions to the Greek-speaking world of the modern era is one of the most consequential chapters in the history of human communication. The official language of the early Byzantine Empire was Latin, the language of the law, the army, and the imperial administration that the Roman state had always used. The shift to Greek as the primary administrative language was gradual and was largely complete by the 7th century CE, when the Emperor Heraclius formally replaced Latin military and administrative titles with Greek equivalents, and the last Latin language imperial legislation was issued. From the 7th century onward, Greek was unambiguously the primary language of the Byzantine state in all its functions: legal, administrative, military, and cultural. The Greek of the Byzantine world was not identical to the Greek of classical Athens or the Greek of the New Testament. Byzantine literary Greek maintained an artificial fidelity to classical Attic standards that made it increasingly distant from the spoken vernacular. Educated Byzantines wrote in a language that deliberately imitated Thucydides and Plato, even as ordinary people spoke a very different vernacular that was the ancestor of modern Greek. This diglossia, the coexistence of a formal literary register and a living vernacular, was a permanent feature of Byzantine linguistic culture and a source of both cultural richness and social stratification. The Byzantine transmission of classical Greek texts to the post-Byzantine world, through the copying activities of Byzantine scriptoria, through the westward migration of Byzantine scholars after 1453 CE, and through the Ottoman-era Greek communities that maintained Greek literacy in the diaspora, was the primary mechanism by which the ancient Greek language and its literary heritage reached the Renaissance scholars who made classical Greek the foundation of European humanist education. Fact 30. The Siege of Constantinople 1453, the night the ancient world ended. On the night of May 28 to 29, 1453 CE, the last Byzantine emperor, Constantine I Palaiologos, is reported to have attended a final liturgy in the Hagia Sophia, received communion alongside his court, his generals and his soldiers, and then gone out to take his place on the walls of Constantinople for the last time. He knew and they knew that the city would fall before dawn. The Ottoman army of maimed II had been besieging Constantinople for 53 days, its artillery battering the Theodosian walls that had held for 1,000 years, and the defenders, perhaps 7,000 soldiers against an Ottoman army of between 50,000 and 80,000, had been reduced to manning rubble that could no longer be repaired faster than it was destroyed. The final assault began in the small hours of May 29. The Ottoman forces attacked simultaneously at multiple points along the walls, wearing down the defenders through sheer attrition of numbers, while the main assault concentrated on the most damaged section, near the Romanos' Gate. After hours of fighting, the critical moment came when the small postern gate of the Kerkeporta, a secondary entrance, was found open, possibly through negligence or treachery, and a group of Ottoman soldiers forced their way through it into the city. The discovery that the city had been breached broke the defenders' will, and the Ottoman forces poured through the gaps in the walls. Constantine I, reportedly removing his imperial insignia so that he could not be taken alive as a captured emperor, threw himself into the fighting at the Romanos' Gate and disappeared. His body was never definitively identified. In the Ottoman tradition, the Sultan later found the body of a man in imperial purple boots among the fallen, but whether it was truly the emperor's is uncertain. The ambiguity fed centuries of Greek legend about a sleeping emperor waiting to be awakened. The fall of Constantinople ended the Roman Empire that Augustus had founded 15.5 centuries earlier. It sent Byzantine scholars and their precious manuscripts westward to Italy, where their knowledge of Greek contributed to the Renaissance. And it placed at the center of the world's most important city an empire that would, in its own way, continue and transform the legacy of Byzantium. The fall of Constantinople is still mourned annually in the Greek Orthodox Church, a day of national grief that measures how deeply the ancient empire's end cut into the consciousness of the civilization it had made. 30 facts behind you. Now we enter the great structures of Byzantine life: the emperor who stood between God and man, the hippodrome where the city's heart raced, the Arab conquest that nearly ended everything, and the Macedonian Golden Age that proved recovery was possible. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 31. The Byzantine Emperor, God's representative on earth. The Byzantine Emperor occupied a position in his civilization that had no precise equivalent in any other pre-modern state, a position that was simultaneously the most powerful political office in the Roman world the highest point in the ecclesiastical hierarchy outside the priesthood itself, a sacred role laden with theological meaning, and an extraordinarily dangerous personal position whose occupants were regularly deposed, blinded, exiled, or murdered by the very system they nominally controlled. To understand the Byzantine emperor is to understand the central institution of Byzantine civilization. The theological elaboration of the imperial office built on the earlier Roman concept of the divinely favored ruler and transformed it through Christian theology into a concept of the emperor as God's deputy on earth, the mediator between the divine and human orders, the guardian of Christian orthodoxy, and the commander of the Christian people in their struggle against the forces of chaos. Eusebius of Caesarea, the court bishop who was the first great theorist of Christian imperial ideology, described Constantine as the earthly image of the divine word, governing his empire in imitation of God's governance of the universe. The imperial succession was a persistent source of instability. There was no reliable hereditary principle. The imperial title could pass from father to son, but it could equally pass through adoption, military acclamation, palace coup, or marriage into the imperial family. Of the 88 emperors who ruled between Constantine I and Constantine XI, fewer than a third died peacefully in their beds. The typical means of removing an unwanted emperor was blinding, a disfigurement that disqualified the recipient from the imperial office under Byzantine custom, since an emperor who was physically imperfect could not represent the perfect image of God on earth. The elaborate ceremonial life of the Byzantine court, the ritual prostrations, the golden throne, the mechanical lions, the carefully choreographed public appearances, was the visual and performative dimension of this theology of imperial power, a continuous theatrical representation of the idea that the emperor stood at the junction between the human and the divine. The most dramatic expression of imperial sacred power was the coronation, a liturgical rite in the Hagia Sophia, combining the Christian anointing with the acclamation of the Senate and people, transforming a man into the image of God on earth. No other medieval civilization invested its sovereign with comparable theological weight. Fact 32. The Hippodrome, where Constantinople's heart raced. The Hippodrome of Constantinople, the great oval racetrack built adjacent to the imperial palace in the heart of the city, measuring approximately 450 meters in length and capable of accommodating between 30,000 and 100,000 spectators, was the most important public space in the Byzantine world for the first 6 centuries of the empire's history. The arena in which the chariot races that were the primary entertainment of the Byzantine population were held, the space in which the emperor appeared before the people and was acclaimed or challenged, the location of the most important monuments that the empire had accumulated from across the ancient world, and the site of some of the most violent episodes in Byzantine political history. The Hippodrome was organized around the 2 chariot racing factions, the Blues and the Greens, that divided the Constantinople population into competing loyalties whose intensity exceeded anything that modern sports fandom achieves. The factions were not merely sports organizations, but quasi-political parties with their own hierarchies, their own symbols, their own territories within the city, and their own relationships with the imperial court. Emperors cultivated the support of one faction or the other, and feared the combination of both factions against them, which was precisely what happened in the Nika Revolt of 532 CE, when Blues and Greens briefly united in revolt against Justinian, requiring the massacre of thousands in the Hippodrome itself to suppress. The Hippodrome was also one of the great public art galleries of the ancient world, its spina, the central barrier around which the chariots raced, decorated with bronze and marble monuments brought to Constantinople from across the empire. The serpent column, originally erected at Delphi to commemorate the Greek victory over the Persians at Plataea in 479 BCE, still stands in Istanbul at the location where it was placed by Constantine. The 4 bronze horses of the Hippodrome, cast in antiquity, were looted by the Venetians during the Fourth Crusade of 1204 CE and can still be seen above the entrance to the Basilica of San Marco in Venice. The Hippodrome gradually declined in importance after the 7th century CE, as the financial and demographic contraction of the empire reduced the population of Constantinople and the resources available for public entertainment. The Hippodrome's traces survive in Istanbul. The serpent column still stands in Sultanahmet Square, the obelisk of Theodosius beside it, and the curve of the streets still marks the outline of the ancient racetrack. Fact 33. The Byzantine aristocracy, families that outlasted emperors. The Byzantine aristocracy, the great families of landowners, military commanders, bureaucratic officials, and ecclesiastical dignitaries who collectively constituted the ruling class of the Byzantine Empire, was one of the most resilient social formations in the history of the pre-modern world, capable of surviving the fall of dynasties, the loss of territorial empires, the devastation of military defeats, and the periodic revolutionary upheavals that punctuated Byzantine political history, and of emerging from each crisis with its essential character and social position intact. The same family names Doukas, Komnenos, Bryennios, Palaiologos, Cantacuzzinos appear in the Byzantine historical record century after century, generation after generation, providing a social continuity that the imperial office itself, with its violent succession patterns, could not. The Byzantine aristocracy was not a closed caste defined by birth alone. The empire's meritocratic elements, including the civil service examination system and the possibility of advancement through military service, religious office, or imperial favor, allowed talented individuals from less distinguished backgrounds to rise to the highest levels of the Byzantine elite. But the advantages of family connection, inherited wealth, and established social networks that the great aristocratic families possessed were substantial enough to give them a structural advantage in Byzantine social competition that persisted through centuries of imperial change. The tension between the imperial office and the great aristocratic families was one of the central dynamics of Byzantine political history. Emperors feared the military power and independent resources of the great families. The great families feared the emperor's arbitrary power to confiscate their wealth and destroy their position. This tension was managed through a complex system of royal marriages, honorific titles, and carefully calibrated distributions of power and patronage that served both to bind the aristocracy to the imperial system and to give them a stake in its preservation. The most dramatic expression of this tension came in the civil wars of the 11th century, when competing aristocratic factions used their military power to contest the imperial succession, producing the rapid succession of emperors that characterized the post-Basil II period and that exposed the Byzantine state's central weakness: the absence of any reliable mechanism for managing the ambitions of its own ruling class. Facts 34. Byzantine food and daily life, the ordinary world. The daily life of ordinary Byzantine people, the vast majority who were not emperors, aristocrats, or monks, but farmers, craftsmen, merchants, sailors, and servants who made up the economic and social fabric of the empire, is harder to reconstruct than the lives of the elites, but no less interesting, and the combination of archaeological evidence, legal texts, hagiographic literature, and occasional first-person accounts allows at least a partial portrait of what it felt like to live in the civilization that produced the Hagia Sophia and the Corpus Juris Civilis. Byzantine food culture centered on the Mediterranean triad of wheat, olive oil, and wine, supplemented by vegetables, legumes, fish, and, for those who could afford it, meat and dairy products. The Byzantine diet was shaped not only by agricultural realities, but by the elaborate fasting calendar of the Orthodox Church, which prescribed abstinence from meat, fish, dairy, and oil on Wednesdays, Fridays, and during the 4 major fasting periods of the liturgical year, a total of approximately half the days in the year when some form of dietary restriction applied. The practical effect of this calendar was to make fish and legumes central to the Byzantine diet, and to give Byzantine cooks considerable expertise in preparing simple ingredients in interesting ways. The Byzantine city was organized around the neighborhood, the Honoria, and the parish church that served it, creating a dense network of local social relationships anchored by the liturgical calendar and the annual cycle of feast days, processions, and religious observances that gave Byzantine urban life its characteristic rhythm. The daily rhythm was structured by the canonical hours, the regular prayers that marked the liturgical day from dawn to midnight, whose bells gave the Byzantine city its soundscape. Byzantine medicine was sophisticated by ancient and medieval standards. Combining the Galenic tradition of humoral medicine with a practical empiricism developed through clinical observation and the operation of the hospital system, the xenon, that the Byzantine state and the church maintained in Constantinople and other major cities as institutions of charitable medical care open to the public. Byzantine hospitals had specialized wards for different conditions, professional medical staff including trained nurses, and pharmacies stocked with a wide range of herbal and mineral remedies. Fact 35. The Byzantine Empire and the Arabs, the Great Confrontation. The Arab conquests of the 7th century CE, the explosively rapid military expansion of the newly united Islamic community from the Arabian Peninsula outward across Syria, Palestine, Egypt, North Africa, and Persia, represented the most devastating external challenge in the history of the Byzantine Empire, the military catastrophe that in a single generation stripped the empire of its wealthiest and most populous provinces. permanently contracted its territory to the Anatolian and Balkan core, and forced a fundamental restructuring of its military, administrative, and fiscal systems. The loss of Egypt, Syria, and Palestine to the Arab armies in the 630s and 640s CE reduced Byzantine revenues by perhaps half and removed the very provinces that had sustained its greatness. The Arab campaigns against the Byzantine Empire began in earnest in 634 CE, and the decisive engagement of the Syrian campaign was the Battle of Yarmouk in August 636 CE, in which the Byzantine army suffered a catastrophic defeat, attributed by later Byzantine sources to a sandstorm that blinded the Byzantine forces at the critical moment that opened Syria and Palestine to Arab occupation. Jerusalem fell in 637 CE, Alexandria and Egypt in 642 CE. The speed with which the Arab armies moved through these provinces, and the limited resistance they encountered from the provincial populations, reflected deep grievances against Byzantine religious and fiscal policies that had alienated many of the empire's eastern subjects. The Arab sieges of Constantinople in 674 to 678 CE and 717 to 718 CE, the most dangerous challenges to the empire's very survival, were ultimately unsuccessful, repelled in part by the Byzantine naval weapon of Greek fire, and in part by the armies of the Bulgar state that attacked the Arab besieging force from the rear during the second siege. These two successful defenses effectively established the approximate limits of Arab expansion into Byzantine territory and gave the empire the breathing space it needed to adapt to the permanent loss of its southern provinces. The frontier between the Byzantine Empire and the Arab caliphates, the mountainous border zone of Cilicia and the upper Euphrates, became one of the most militarized and most culturally contested borders in the medieval world, a zone of continuous raiding, counter-raiding, and periodic major campaigns that shaped both civilizations for 3 centuries. Fact 36. The Byzantine themes governing a shrinking world. The thematic system, the administrative and military reorganization of the Byzantine Empire, carried out in the 7th century CE in response to the catastrophic losses of the Arab conquests, was one of the most consequential institutional transformations in Byzantine history. A fundamental reimagining of the relationship between military command, civil administration, and territorial governance that created the framework within which the empire functioned for the next 3 to 4 centuries, and that demonstrated the remarkable Byzantine capacity for institutional innovation under extreme pressure. The theme, the Greek word thema, originally meaning a military unit, was applied to the new administrative districts, became the basic building block of Byzantine provincial government. The traditional late Roman administrative system had separated military and civilian authority, assigning provincial civil administration to civilian officials appointed from the center, while military command was in the hands of generals whose commands often crossed provincial boundaries. This system had served well enough when the empire's frontiers were stable, and the center had the resources to maintain the separation. But the Arab invasions of the 630s and 640s CE, which stripped the empire of most of its most prosperous provinces in a single generation, made the traditional separation unworkable. The theme system replaced the traditional structure by combining civil and military authority in the hands of a single official, the strategos, who governed a large military district combining the functions of provincial administrator and military commander. The strategos was responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining public order, administering justice, and commanding the provincial military force. A concentration of power that made effective provincial governance more possible in conditions of emergency, but that also created the potential for provincial rebellion that haunted Byzantine emperors throughout the thematic period. The military settlers, the stratiotai, who formed the backbone of the thematic armies, held their land grants in return for military service, creating a class of military smallholders whose economic stake in the empire's survival aligned their interests with the state's. This system worked well during the 7th and 8th centuries, when the empire was fighting for survival and the stratiotais' military service was essential to its defense. Fact 37. The Macedonian emperors, the Golden Age revisited. The Macedonian dynasty, the ruling house of the Byzantine Empire from the accession of Basil I in 867 CE to the death of Theodora, the last surviving member of the dynasty, in 1056 CE, presided over the longest period of sustained Byzantine prosperity and military success in the empire's post-7th century history. A century and a half during which the empire recovered from the defensive posture that had followed the Arab conquests, resumed offensive operations against its neighbors, reconquered significant territories, and produced the cultural and intellectual achievements of the Macedonian Renaissance. Compared with what came before and after it, the Macedonian period was genuinely a golden age. The military reconquest of territories lost to the Arabs began in earnest under the emperors Nikephoros II Phocas and John I Tzimiskes in the 960s and 970s CE, when a series of brilliant campaigns recovered Cilicia, Cyprus, northern Syria including the ancient city of Antioch, and pushed the Byzantine frontier deep into the Levant. These campaigns were conducted by commanders of genuine military genius, who combined the traditional Byzantine emphasis on careful preparation with a new willingness to accept battle against Arab armies that had previously been considered superior in the field. The empire under the Macedonians also expanded significantly in the Balkans. The Bulgarian Empire, which had been the primary threat to Byzantine security in the Balkans for 3 centuries, was finally destroyed by Basil II's systematic campaigns of 986 to 1018 CE, which incorporated Bulgaria into the Byzantine Empire and gave the dynasty an eastern frontier more extended than at any time since Justinian. Macedonian period's most significant long-term achievement was the conversion of the Slavic peoples of Eastern and Southeastern Europe to Orthodox Christianity, the missions of Saints Cyril and Methodius to Moravia in the 860s CE, sponsored by the court of Constantinople, which created the Glagolitic and later Cyrillic alphabets and gave the Slavic peoples their first written literary language, a gift whose consequences are still unfolding in the cultures of Russia, Serbia, Bulgaria, and dozens of other nations. The Macedonian period demonstrates that recovery is possible even after catastrophic loss, that an empire stripped of half its territory and half its revenues can, given capable leadership and institutional resilience, not merely survive but flourish. The lesson is neither comfortable nor guaranteed, but it is real. Fact 38. Byzantine music, the sacred sound. The musical culture of the Byzantine Empire was, like Byzantine visual art, primarily a religious enterprise. A tradition of sacred song developed over centuries of liturgical practice that expressed the Orthodox Christian experience of worship with a sophistication and a theological depth that made it one of the great musical traditions of the pre-modern world. Byzantine music was not the harmonically rich polyphonic tradition of Western medieval and Renaissance music. It was monophonic, a single melodic line sung in unison or with a droning bass, organized around a system of 8 modes that gave it its characteristic sound, and that influenced both the subsequent development of Orthodox liturgical music and, through the crusading encounters, the development of Western musical theory. The Byzantine liturgical repertoire was organized around the system of the octorechos, the 8 tones, attributed by tradition to John of Damascus in the 8th century CE, which classified the hundreds of hymn melodies that the Byzantine Church used according to their modal character and organized them into a cycle of 8 weeks through which the entire repertoire rotated. The octorechos system provided the structural framework within which Byzantine composers and cantors worked for centuries, and its fundamental principles are still operative in the liturgical music of the Eastern Orthodox and Eastern Catholic churches today. The development of Byzantine hymnography, the composition of new liturgical poetry, and the melodies to which it was sung, was one of the great literary and musical achievements of the Byzantine world. The great hymnographers, Romanos the melodist, the most gifted of the early Byzantine composers, whose Kontakia transformed the liturgical experience of the 6th century, Andrew of Crete, whose great canon is still sung in Orthodox churches during the Lenten season, John of Damascus and Cosmas of Meuma, who completed the standardization of the Byzantine liturgical repertoire, were figures of genuine literary and musical accomplishment, whose works have been in continuous liturgical use for over 1,000 years. The Byzantine musical notation system, a sophisticated pneumatic notation that recorded not only the general contour of the melody, but its ornamental elaboration, was one of the most complex musical scripts of the pre-modern world, requiring years of specialized training to read, and representing an extraordinary investment in the preservation and transmission of the musical tradition. Fact 39. The Byzantine legacy, what Byzantium left to the world. The Byzantine Empire's most enduring legacy is not the one most immediately visible, not the Hagia Sophia or the walls of Constantinople or the mosaics of Ravenna, though all of these are genuine achievements of the First Order, but the less tangible, more pervasive, and more consequential legacy of the civilization's role as preserver, transmitter, and transformer of the knowledge of the ancient world. Byzantium stood between antiquity and modernity, receiving from the first and handing to the second the accumulated intellectual inheritance of the classical world, the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, the history of Thucydides and Herodotus, the poetry of Homer and Sophocles, the medicine of Hippocrates and Galen, the mathematics of Euclid and Archimedes. without which the European Renaissance and the scientific revolution that followed it would not have been possible in the form they took. The transmission of this inheritance was accomplished through several mechanisms. The most important was the Byzantine scribal tradition, the centuries of patient copying and recopying of ancient texts in the monasteries and scriptoria of the Byzantine world that preserved manuscripts that would otherwise have perished. Byzantine scribes of the 9th and 10th centuries transcribed thousands of texts from fragile papyrus originals onto more durable parchment codices, and their choices about what to copy determined which ancient authors survived to be read in the Renaissance. The second mechanism was the westward migration of Byzantine scholars in the 15th century, most dramatically after the fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE, but also throughout the preceding decades, as the empire contracted and educated Byzantines sought opportunities in the Latin West. These scholars brought with them not only manuscripts but the living knowledge of how to read them, the linguistic competence in classical Greek, the familiarity with the ancient authors, the understanding of the philosophical traditions that the Italian humanists who received them found transformative. The third mechanism was the Byzantine cultural sphere, the Orthodox Christian civilization that Byzantine missionaries, diplomats and merchants extended to Bulgaria, Serbia, Russia, Georgia and Armenia, creating a family of related cultures bound by a common religion, a common liturgical language, and a common intellectual tradition that preserved and developed the Byzantine inheritance long after the political empire itself had ceased to exist. Fact 40: Why Byzantium Matters, the Last Word. We have traveled through 40 facts, and the arc of Byzantine history is complete, from Constantine's dedication of his new capital on May 11, 330 CE, to Constantine Xi's death on the walls of that same city on May 29, 1453 CE. A span of 11 centuries during which a single continuous political institution, the Roman Empire of the East, maintained itself against every challenge, transformed itself from a pagan Roman state into a Christian Greek civilization, preserved and transmitted the intellectual heritage of antiquity, and created a civilization of extraordinary aesthetic and intellectual achievement that continues to shape the world in ways that are not always recognized, but are always real. The Byzantine Empire matters today for reasons that go beyond its historical interest. It matters because the Eastern Orthodox Christianity that Byzantium developed and spread, the faith of over 200 million people in Russia, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, and the worldwide diaspora of these nations, carries within it the theological, liturgical, and aesthetic achievements of Byzantine civilization in a form that is still alive and still generative. The icons that hang in Orthodox churches around the world, the liturgical music sung in Orthodox services, the theological language in which Orthodox Christians speak about God, all of these are Byzantine inheritances, transmitted across the centuries by the institution that Byzantium created and that outlasted the political empire by centuries. It matters because the Greek language, the language in which Byzantine civilization thought and wrote and prayed for 1,000 years, is still spoken by millions of people whose consciousness of their connection to the Byzantine and ancient Greek world is a living element of their identity. The modern Greek state traces its national identity partly through Byzantium to ancient Greece, creating a chain of cultural continuity that is both genuinely present and genuinely complicated. And it matters because the questions that Byzantine civilization grappled with, how to govern a diverse population, how to balance religious and political authority, how to preserve the achievements of the past while adapting to the demands of the present, are not historical questions but perennial ones. Every civilization asks them. Byzantium's answers, partial and imperfect as they were, are part of the accumulated human wisdom that the world inherits and needs. 40 facts behind you. In this part, we explore what Byzantine life actually felt like, the navy that burned the sea, the city that was the world, the saints who walked naked through the streets, and Roman law preserved for a millennium until Bologna discovered it. And at Fact 50, we stop to ask what 1100 years of civilization produced. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 41, the Byzantine Navy, masters of the sea. The Byzantine Navy, the maritime military force that defended the empire's extensive coastlines, protected its vital sea trade routes, projected power across the Mediterranean, the Black Sea and the Aegean, and twice saved Constantinople from Arab naval assault with the terrible weapon of Greek fire, was for much of the empire's history the most effective naval force in the Mediterranean world. The guardian of a state whose survival depended on its ability to keep the sea lanes open and its enemies from crossing the water that protected its capital on three sides. The Byzantine naval tradition descended from the Roman imperial fleet that had maintained the Pax Romana in the Mediterranean from the time of Augustus. maintaining the same organizational framework while adapting its tactics and technology to changing opponents and changing strategic environments. The introduction of Greek fire in the late 7th century CE transformed Byzantine naval warfare, giving the empire an incendiary weapon that could be deployed from specially modified ships through siphon tubes to project burning liquid across the water surface and onto enemy vessels with devastating effect. The Byzantine navy's greatest moments came in its defensive role. The two Arab sieges of Constantinople, in 674 to 678 CE and 717 to 718 CE, were repulsed in significant part by the Byzantine fleet's deployment of Greek fire against the Arab naval forces blockading the city, and the psychological impact of encountering burning water spreading across the sea surface was as important as the physical destruction it caused. The Byzantine naval victory at the Battle of the Mast in 655 CE was a significant defeat, and the ability of the Arab fleet to operate in the eastern Mediterranean after that victory made the defense of Constantinople even more precarious, but the capital held. The decline of Byzantine naval power in the late period, the commercial concessions granted to Venice and Genoa that transferred much of the empire's maritime commerce, and eventually its naval support to Italian hands, and the fiscal constraints that prevented the maintenance of a competitive fleet, was one of the most consequential aspects of the empire's late decline. Leaving Constantinople dependent on foreign naval support for its defense, and ultimately unable to prevent the Ottoman fleet from gaining control of the Golden Horn during the final siege of 1453 CE. Fact 42. Constantinople, the city itself. The city of Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire for 11 centuries, the largest and wealthiest city in the medieval world for most of that period, the place where the accumulated treasures of 1,000 years of imperial civilization were concentrated, and the physical embodiment of the Byzantine synthesis of Roman grandeur, Christian piety, and Greek intellectual culture, was not merely the political center of the Byzantine world, but its spiritual and cultural heart. The city that Byzantines called simply the city, the place toward which the entire Byzantine world was oriented, and to which all roads, sea lanes, and cultural influences eventually led. Constantinople, at the height of its power in the 10th and 11th centuries, was a city of perhaps 400,000 to 500,000 inhabitants, a population that made it by far the largest city in the Christian world and one of the largest in the entire world, exceeded only by the great cities of the Islamic caliphates and China. Its markets traded in goods from every corner of the known world. Its workshops produced the finest silk, enamel, ivory, and manuscript work in the Mediterranean world. Its churches and monasteries housed a collection of holy relics, sacred art, and liturgical treasures unparalleled in Christendom. And its imperial palace complex, the great palace that sprawled across the southeastern corner of the old city between the Hippodrome and the sea, was one of the most magnificent royal residences in the history of the world. The physical structure of the city was shaped by the peninsula on which it stood, the narrow land promontory extending westward between the Golden Horn to the north and the Sea of Marmara to the south, and by the defensive walls that defined its boundaries, the Theodosian land walls on the west and the sea walls that followed the shoreline around the entire peninsula, creating a fortified enclosure of approximately 13 square kilometers. The city's topography, its 7 hills, its natural harbors, the Golden Horn's sheltered anchorage, gave it a dramatic physical setting that visitors from every civilization described as uniquely beautiful. The trauma of Constantinople's sack by the Fourth Crusade in 1204 CE and its fall to the Ottomans in 1453 CE permanently ended its role as the capital of a Byzantine Christian civilization. But the city that maimed II entered in triumph on the morning of May 29, 1453 CE was still recognizably the city that Constantine I had dedicated 1200 years earlier, a city built for empire, for faith, and for the long duration. Fact 43. Byzantine education, the living transmission of antiquity. The Byzantine educational system, the network of schools, higher institutions, and informal networks of scholarly mentorship through which the Byzantine elite reproduced its own cultural competence and transmitted the classical literary and intellectual inheritance from generation to generation, was one of the most sophisticated educational systems in the pre-modern world. A system that preserved the basic framework of ancient Greek education, the grammar school, the secondary school of rhetoric and literature, the advanced study of philosophy and the sciences, in a form sufficiently continuous with its ancient predecessors that Byzantine scholars of the 10th century could read texts Athenian scholars had written in the 5th century BCE with a facility that had no parallel in the contemporary Latin West. The basic curriculum of Byzantine education followed the ancient pattern of the Enkyclios Paideia, the general education, organized around the trivium of grammar, rhetoric, and logic, and the quadrivium of arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. A Byzantine boy of good family would begin his formal education with a grammatikos, a teacher of grammar, who would introduce him to the Greek literary canon through the works of Homer, Hesiod, and the tragedians, and then continue with a rhetor who would develop his skills in composition and oratory through the study of the classical orators and historians. Higher education in Constantinople was organized around the Imperial University, the Magna School, which provided instruction in philosophy, mathematics, and the sciences at an advanced level. The most famous period of this institution was in the 9th century, when the Emperor Theophilos and his successors reorganized it and staffed it with the most distinguished scholars of the day. The university produced the scholars who were responsible for the great copying and encyclopedic compilation projects of the Macedonian period that preserved so much ancient learning. The personal library was the most important educational resource for the Byzantine scholar. Collections of carefully copied manuscripts covering the full range of ancient Greek literature, philosophy, history, science, and theology represented both the practical tools of scholarly work and the cultural capital that defined membership in the Byzantine educated elite. The loss of private libraries, through fire, military destruction, and the dispersal of the Constantinopolitan scholarly community after 1204 CE and again after 1453 CE, was a cultural catastrophe whose full extent can never be measured. Fact 44. The Byzantine saints, holy men and holy women. The saints of the Byzantine world, the holy men and holy women whose extraordinary lives of ascetic discipline, miraculous intervention, and fearless truth-telling made them the most admired figures in Byzantine civilization, and whose venerated remains and portable images served as the primary vehicles of divine power in Byzantine religious life, were not peripheral figures, but central actors in the Byzantine world's social, political, and cultural life. Byzantine hagiography, the literary genre dedicated to the description of saints' lives, is one of the most extensive and most revealing bodies of literature produced by Byzantine civilization, offering perspectives on Byzantine society, belief, and daily experience that no other genre provides. The Byzantine saint was typically defined by the combination of extreme ascetic practice and miraculous intervention in the affairs of the ordinary world. The great desert fathers of the Egyptian tradition, Antony, Pachomius, and their successors, provided the models against which all subsequent Byzantine holy men measured themselves. Years or decades of solitary physical deprivation in the desert, mastery over the passions of the body and the temptations of the devil, the gradual acquisition of spiritual insight and supernatural power, and the resulting ability to heal the sick, drive out demons, predict the future, and intercede with God on behalf of those who sought their help. The Holy Fool, the Salos, was one of the most distinctive and most culturally significant forms of Byzantine sanctity, a saint who concealed his spiritual gifts beneath a performance of social deviance and apparent madness, walking naked through city streets, eating garbage, behaving outrageously, and using his disguise of insanity to speak uncomfortable truths to emperors and patriarchs that no conventionally respectable person could safely articulate. The Holy Fool tradition reflects the Byzantine recognition that the highest spiritual wisdom might be most powerfully expressed through the radical inversion of social norms. The veneration of saints through their icons and their relics, the physical remains of holy bodies that were regarded as continuing centers of divine power, was the most direct and most tangible expression of Byzantine religious life, the point at which theology became practice and the abstract concepts of Orthodox Christianity were translated into the immediate experience of the individual worshipper seeking healing, protection, or the simple reassurance that God was present and accessible in the material world. Fact 45. The Byzantine provinces, life beyond the capital. The provincial life of the Byzantine Empire, the world of the thematic capitals, the market towns, the village communities, and the rural estates that provided the empire with its agricultural surplus, its military manpower, and its tax revenues, was in many ways more representative of what Byzantine civilization actually was than the imperial capital that dominates the historical record. Constantinople was exceptional in its scale, its sophistication, and its wealth. The provinces were the norm, and understanding them is essential to understanding the empire as a whole. The provincial city, the metropolis of its theme, the seat of the metropolitan bishop, the location of the major market and the primary court of law, was organized around the same fundamental institutions that characterized Constantinople in miniature. The cathedral church, the marketplace, the governor's residence, the charitable institutions of the hospital and the poorhouse, the monastic communities that provided spiritual services and social welfare. Provincial cities ranged in size from modest market towns of a few thousand inhabitants to substantial urban centers like Thessaloniki, which at its peak had a population of perhaps 150,000, and Antioch, which before its Arab conquest had been one of the great cities of the ancient world. The Byzantine countryside, the agricultural hinterland that fed the cities and the army, and provided the bulk of the empire's tax revenues, was dominated by the peasant smallholder who worked his own land and owed the state a combination of monetary taxes and labor services, and by the great estate of the landowner who employed peasant workers and tenants on his land. The tension between the smallholder peasantry, whose land and freedom were the foundation of the thematic military system, and the great landowners, whose accumulation of peasant land through purchase, debt, and outright seizure threatened the military's recruitment base, was one of the central social conflicts of Byzantine history. The provincial monastery served as the primary institution of spiritual life, social welfare, and cultural production outside Constantinople, a center of literacy, of art, of hospitality for travelers, of charitable care for the sick and the poor, and of the preservation of manuscripts and the training of scribes that made it essential to the survival and transmission of Byzantine culture in every corner of the empire. Fact 46. The Byzantine Plague, when death came to the city. The Justinianic Plague, the pandemic of bubonic plague that struck the Byzantine Empire beginning in 541 CE and recurred in waves for approximately 2 centuries, was the first known pandemic of Yersinia pestis in recorded history, and one of the most devastating demographic catastrophes in the history of the ancient world. A disease whose impact on the Byzantine Empire reshaped its political, economic, military, and cultural history in ways that are still being assessed and debated by historians. The plague did not cause the fall of Justinian's reconquest ambitions alone, but it severely constrained the resources available to sustain them, and its recurring waves of mortality over the following century and a half left the Byzantine Empire permanently weakened as it entered the period of the Arab conquests. The plague arrived in Constantinople in 541 CE, having traveled along the trade routes from its apparent point of origin in Central Africa through Egypt, and the historian Procopius, who was present in Constantinople during the outbreak, left a vivid account of its symptoms and its impact. The disease struck suddenly, producing swellings in the groin, armpit, and behind the ears, the buboes that gave bubonic plague its name, followed by fever, delirium, and in many cases death within days. At the height of the Constantinople outbreak, Procopius estimated 10,000 deaths per day, a figure that modern historians regard as an exaggeration, but that reflects the genuine catastrophic scale of the mortality. The Emperor Justinian himself contracted the plague and survived, but the outbreak struck at the worst possible moment, in the middle of his reconquest campaigns in Italy and North Africa, at the height of his building programs, and during the fiscal crisis created by the wars. The tax revenues that the state needed to finance its military and construction programs were reduced by the deaths of taxpayers. The military manpower needed to hold the reconquered territories was depleted, and the administrative capacity to respond to the crisis was overwhelmed by its scale. The theological responses to the plague, the interpretation of the pandemic as divine punishment for human sin, the intensification of penitential practices and prayer, the proliferation of new saints' cults offering protection against disease, shaped the religious culture of the post-plague Byzantine world in ways that made it more intensely ascetic and more focused on the fragility of earthly life than the late antique culture that had preceded it. Fact 47. Byzantine philosophy, the long conversation with antiquity. The philosophical culture of the Byzantine Empire was shaped from its beginning by the tension between 2 intellectual traditions that the Byzantines had inherited simultaneously. The tradition of ancient Greek philosophy, above all the Platonic and Aristotelian traditions, and the tradition of Christian theology developed by the Greek-speaking Church Fathers. These 2 traditions were in many respects compatible and mutually enriching. In other respects, they were in fundamental tension, and the negotiation between them was one of the most productive intellectual enterprises of Byzantine civilization, generating debates and syntheses that shaped both Western philosophy and the theological tradition of Eastern Orthodoxy. The Platonic tradition, the philosophical system derived from Plato's dialogues and developed by the Neoplatonist philosophers of the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, above all Plotinus and Proclus, was the dominant philosophical influence on Byzantine Christian theology from the patristic period onward. The Neoplatonic concept of the hierarchy of being, the one at the apex, below it the divine mind, below that the world's soul, and below that the material world, provided Byzantine theologians with a conceptual framework for thinking about the relationship between God and creation that proved enormously fruitful. And the language of Neoplatonic mysticism was adopted and transformed by Byzantine Christian mystics into the vocabulary of Orthodox spirituality. Aristotle was also present in Byzantine intellectual culture, primarily through his logical works, the Organon, that formed the basis of Byzantine philosophical education and provided the tools of rational analysis that Byzantine theologians used in the construction and defense of their doctrinal positions. The great Aristotelian revival of the 13th and 14th centuries in the Latin West, associated with Thomas Aquinas and the scholastic tradition, had its Byzantine parallel in the work of scholars like Nikephoros Blemmydes and Theodore Metachites. The philosophical tradition of Byzantium reaches its most remarkable expression in Michael Psellos, the 11th century polymath who produced a comprehensive philosophical encyclopedia, revived the Platonic tradition in Byzantine intellectual life, and wrote a historical memoir, the Chronographia, that remains one of the most psychologically acute portraits of imperial power ever produced. Fact 48. The continuity of Roman law, Byzantium's greatest gift to the world. When the legal historians of the University of Bologna discovered in the late 11th century a manuscript of Justinian's Digest, the most comprehensive compilation of Roman legal opinion in existence, they did not know they were holding the key to a legal revolution that would transform the governance of Europe. The manuscript they had found was the product of the Byzantine scholarly tradition, a copy made in the scriptorium of a Byzantine monastery of a text compiled under Justinian I in 534 CE, preserved through 5 centuries of Byzantine institutional continuity, and now about to be introduced into a Western European legal culture that had been without systematic Roman law for half a millennium. The recovery of Roman law through the Byzantine preservation of the Corpus Juris Civilis was one of the most consequential cultural transmissions in the history of Western civilization. The significance of this transmission cannot be overstated. The Roman law contained in Justinian's corpus was not merely a collection of legal rules, but a complete legal philosophy, a systematic account of how law works, how contracts are formed and interpreted, how property is owned and transferred, how civil wrongs are remedied, and how the state should be governed. That was far more sophisticated than anything the Germanic customary law traditions of medieval Europe could offer. Its recovery provided the legal foundation for the development of the modern state, the modern commercial economy, and the modern concept of rights. The Byzantine Empire itself continued to use and develop Roman law throughout its existence, issuing new legislation that adapted the Justinianic corpus to changing circumstances while preserving its essential framework. The Basilica, the comprehensive legal compilation issued by the Emperor Leo VI in the early 10th century CE, which translated the Corpus Juris Civilis from Latin into Greek and reorganized it systematically, was the final great Byzantine contribution to the Roman legal tradition, a work that remained in use in the Byzantine Empire until its end, and that influenced the subsequent development of Greek law in the modern period. The concept of legal personality, the idea that the law can create entities, including corporations and states, that have rights and obligations distinct from those of any individual human being, that underlies virtually every aspect of modern economic and political life, derives from Roman legal concepts that were preserved, developed, and transmitted to the modern world through the Byzantine legal tradition. Fact 49. The Byzantine Empire and the Slavs, creating a new world. The relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the Slavic peoples who settled in the Balkans and in Russia in the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries CE was one of the most consequential interactions in the history of medieval Europe, producing through a combination of military conflict, diplomatic manipulation, commercial exchange, missionary activity, and cultural transmission, a family of Slavic Orthodox Christian civilizations that became the dominant cultural force in Eastern Europe and Northern Eurasia for centuries, and whose legacy in the form of the Russian, Serbian, Bulgarian, and other Orthodox Christian nations is one of the most enduring achievements of Byzantine civilization. The Slavic settlement of the Balkans, which began in the late 6th century CE, as Slavic groups moved into the depopulated territories created by the Justinianic plague and the Avar invasions, eventually occupying much of the Balkan interior that had been part of the Byzantine Empire, was initially experienced by the Byzantines as an invasion and a loss of territory. By the 9th century, however, Byzantine policy had shifted from resistance to engagement, and the conversion of the Slavic peoples to Orthodox Christianity became one of the primary strategic objectives of Byzantine diplomacy. The mission of Saints Cyril and Methodius to Moravia in 863 CE sent by the Emperor Michael III in response to a request from the Moravian Prince Rastislav for Christian missionaries who could conduct the liturgy in the Slavic language, was the founding act of Slavic Orthodox Christian culture. Cyril and Methodius created the Glagolitic alphabet, later simplified into the Cyrillic script that still bears Cyril's name, and translated the liturgy and the Gospels into Old Church Slavonic, creating both a written literary language and a Christian liturgical tradition that could be maintained and developed by the Slavic peoples themselves, without dependence on Greek or Latin clergy. The conversion of the Kievan Rus, the Federation of Eastern Slavic Principalities, centered on Kiev, whose Prince Vladimir I accepted Orthodox Christianity in 988 CE, following his marriage to the Byzantine Princess Anna, sister of the Emperor Basil II, was the most consequential of all Byzantine missionary successes. Creating in Russia a civilization that would eventually dwarf the empire that had converted it, and that still understands itself as the heir of Byzantine Orthodox Christian culture. Fact 50, the Byzantine Empire's final legacy, what 11 centuries made. 50 facts into the story of Byzantium, and we stand at a place where we can see the full scope of what 11 centuries of continuous civilization produced, and why it matters. The Byzantine Empire was not a footnote to classical antiquity or a mere holding operation until the Renaissance. It was a civilization of the first order, technically innovative, artistically brilliant, intellectually serious, institutionally creative, and remarkably resilient, an empire that survived challenges that destroyed every other state that faced them, and that in surviving created conditions without which the modern world would look very different. The list of what Byzantium gave to modernity is long and underappreciated. It gave the world Roman law, preserved in Justinian's corpus, transmitted to the medieval West through Byzantine manuscripts, and now the foundation of the legal systems of most of the world's nations. It gave the world the Greek language and the classical texts written in it, copied in Byzantine scriptoria, carried westward by Byzantine scholars, and now the foundation of European humanist culture. It gave the world Eastern Orthodox Christianity, practiced today by over 200 million people in Russia, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, and dozens of other countries, carrying within it the theological, liturgical, and aesthetic achievements of Byzantine civilization in living form. It gave the world Constantinople, the city that stood between East and West for 12 centuries, whose fall in 1453 CE sent shock waves across Europe that accelerated the search for oceanic trade routes to Asia, contributing to the age of exploration that reshaped the world. It gave the world the icon, not merely as a religious image, but as a theological concept, a philosophy of representation, and an aesthetic tradition that influenced the entire subsequent history of Christian art in both East and West. And it gave the world a lesson in longevity, in how a civilization can survive catastrophic loss, adapt to radically changed circumstances, and continue to produce intellectual and artistic achievement of the highest order even as its political framework crumbles around it. The Paleologian Renaissance, produced in the shadow of extinction, is perhaps the most eloquent testimony to this, that civilization, at its most committed, refuses to die even when everything around it does. And Byzantium, for 11 centuries, did not. 50 facts behind you. In this part, we enter the deeper structures of Byzantine life, the Nicene Creed still recited by 200 million people every Sunday, the dark age of the 7th century and how the empire survived it, the Norse traders on the route from the Baltic to the Golden Horn, and the final twilight of a civilization that refused to stop trying. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51, the Nicene Creed, Byzantium's greatest theological gift. The Nicene Creed, the statement of Christian faith formulated at the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE and completed at the First Council of Constantinople in 381 CE, which has been recited by Christians of virtually every tradition at every Sunday liturgy for 16.5 centuries, is the most widely used text in the history of Christianity and one of the most consequential theological documents in the history of Western civilization. It was produced by the Byzantine Imperial Church at the direct initiative of Byzantine emperors, who saw the definition of Orthodox Christian doctrine as a fundamental imperial responsibility, and it embodies the synthesis of Greek philosophical vocabulary and Christian theological conviction that is the most characteristic intellectual achievement of Byzantine civilization. The occasion for the First Council of Nicaea was the Arian controversy, the dispute over whether Jesus Christ was fully divine and co-equal with God the Father, as the Nicene party maintained, or a created being subordinate to the Father, as the Arian position argued. The theological stakes were enormous on the Arian view. Christian salvation depended on the mediation of a creature. On the Nicene view, it depended on the self-giving of God himself. The Emperor Constantine I convened the council in 325 CE to resolve the dispute, and the council's decision, formulated in the creed that affirmed Christ to be of the same substance as the Father, using the Greek philosophical term homoousios, was far from universally accepted for decades afterward. The completion of the creed at the First Council of Constantinople in 381 CE, under the Emperor Theodosius, I added the affirmation of the full divinity of the Holy Spirit and brought the Trinitarian formula into its definitive form. The subsequent history of Byzantine Christianity was in many ways a continuous elaboration and defense of the theological commitments crystallized in this brief text. The disputes over the nature of Christ that divided Nestorians and Miaphysites from the imperial church, the iconoclast controversy, the hesychast debate, all were arguments about the implications of the Nicene faith. The creed's formula, its affirmation of one God in three persons, its insistence on the full divinity and humanity of Christ, its proclamation of the resurrection and the life of the world to come, is still recited by Catholic, Orthodox, Anglican, and many Protestant Christians at every Sunday liturgy, making it the most repeated piece of text in the history of the Christian world. Fact 52. The Byzantine economy's Dark Ages, Survival and Contraction. The 7th and 8th centuries CE, the period that followed the catastrophic losses of the Arab conquests and the Justinianic plague, were the most difficult centuries in Byzantine economic history, a period of dramatic demographic contraction, urban depopulation, commercial disruption, and monetary simplification that reduced the Byzantine economy from the complex, monetized, long-distance commercial system of the late antique period to something much simpler, more local, and more subsistence-oriented. Byzantine scholars have sometimes called this period a Dark Age, by analogy with the contemporary Dark Age in Western Europe, though the Byzantine Dark Age was significantly less severe and shorter than its Western counterpart. The loss of Egypt, Syria, and Palestine to the Arab conquests in the 630s and 640s CE removed from the Byzantine economic system the most productive agricultural regions, the most important commercial centers, and the most significant sources of tax revenue that the late Roman state had possessed. The Anatolian plateau that remained to the empire was a significant agricultural producer, but could not compensate for the loss of the Nile Delta's grain surplus, the Syrian city's commercial wealth, or the Palestinian olive oil and wine exports that had sustained the late Roman economy. The demographic collapse produced by the Justinianic plague, which modern historians estimate may have killed between 1/4 of the population of some affected regions, reduced the labor force available for agriculture, manufacturing, and trade, contracting the economic base from which the state extracted its revenues. The combination of territorial loss and demographic decline forced the Byzantine state into a period of significant fiscal retrenchment, reducing expenditures on the elaborate late Roman administrative apparatus, the military, and the construction programs that had been the most visible expressions of late Roman imperial ambition. The gradual economic recovery of the 9th and 10th centuries, associated with the Macedonian dynasty's political stability, the military reconquests that added new productive territories to the empire, and the expansion of Byzantine commercial networks into the Black Sea and Adriatic, reversed the worst of the 7th century contraction and produced the prosperity of the Macedonian Golden Age. The Dark Age tested every institution the empire possessed. The Macedonian dynasty inherited an empire that had survived and made it flourish again. Fact 53. The Byzantine calendar, counting time from creation. The Byzantine calendar system, the way the empire organized and measured time, dated its historical records, and coordinated the liturgical and civic life of its population, was a distinctive synthesis of Roman administrative traditions, Christian theological commitments, and practical astronomical observation that served the empire from the 4th century CE until the end of its existence. The Byzantine calendar was not merely a technical device for tracking the passage of days and months, but an expression of the Christian worldview that the empire embodied, a vision of time as a divinely created and divinely governed narrative stretching from the creation of the world to the second coming of Christ, within which every moment had its place and its significance. The Byzantine era, the system of dating events by the years elapsed since the creation of the world, calculated the creation of the world as having occurred in 5509 BCE, according to one widely used system, producing a Byzantine Anno Mundi that was approximately 5,509 years ahead of the Julian calendar. Byzantine documents and chronicles routinely dated events by the Anno Mundi, the year since the creation, rather than by the regnal years of emperors or the Roman consular dating that had been standard in the earlier period, reflecting the thoroughly Christian orientation of Byzantine historical consciousness. The Byzantine liturgical calendar, the annual cycle of feasts, fasts, and commemorations that structured the religious life of Orthodox Christians, was one of the most complex and most carefully elaborated calendrical systems in the history of religion, organizing the entire year around the celebration of the life of Christ, the feasts of the Virgin Mary, the commemorations of the apostles and the great saints, and the regular rhythm of fasting and feasting that gave the Byzantine year its distinctive moral and aesthetic character. The calculation of the movable feasts, above all Easter, whose date was determined by the complex algorithm combining the Jewish lunar calendar with the Julian solar calendar, was one of the most technically demanding tasks of Byzantine astronomical learning. The Byzantine New Year, celebrated on September 1, is still the beginning of the ecclesiastical year in the Eastern Orthodox Church, a survival of the Byzantine calendar tradition that connects the liturgical practices of contemporary Orthodox Christianity to the 11th century history of the Byzantine Empire. Fact 54, the Varangian route, the road from Scandinavia to Constantinople. The commercial and military route connecting Scandinavia to Constantinople, the so-called Varangian route, or route from the Varangians to the Greeks, was one of the most important long-distance trade arteries of the early medieval world, a network of rivers, portages and sea passages that connected the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea and thence to Constantinople, carrying furs, slaves, honey, wax, and amber southward from the forest zones of northern Europe to the wealthy markets of the Byzantine capital, and carrying silver, silk, spices, and manufactured goods northward from Byzantium to the Norse and Slavic worlds. The route was the economic backbone of the Kievan Rus state and the commercial foundation on which the cultural encounter between Byzantium and the Slavic Norse world was built. The route followed the river systems of what is now Russia and Ukraine southward, from the Gulf of Finland up the Neva River to Lake Ladoga, down the Volkhov River to Novgorod, across Lake Ilmen, up the Lovit River, with portages across the watershed to the Dnieper River system, then down the Dnieper through the Dnieper Rapids. A treacherous stretch where the river descended steeply over a series of cataracts that required the cargo to be unloaded and carried overland, while the boats were either hauled over or carried around the rocks, and out into the Black Sea, from which Constantinople was a short sail westward. The Norse merchants and warriors who travelled this route, the Rus, whose name may derive from a Finnish word for the Norse seafarers or from the name of a region in Sweden, established the trading post settlements at Novgorod, Staria Ladoga, Smolensk, and Kiev that became the nuclei of the Kievan Rus state. Their trade with Constantinople was formalized in a series of commercial treaties, beginning in the 10th century CE, that gave Rus merchants the right to trade in Constantinople under specific regulated conditions, a recognition of the economic importance of the northern trade route and the political significance of the Rus as Byzantine commercial partners and occasional military allies. The route was one of the great arteries of the medieval world, a thread of silver and silk connecting the Baltic to the Golden Horn, along which flowed not only goods, but the cultural transmission that made Russia Orthodox. Without it, the Orthodox world we know today would not exist in the form it does. Fact 55, Byzantine monasticism's spiritual practices, the inner life. The inner life of Byzantine monastic spirituality, the detailed practices of prayer, fasting, meditation, and manual labor, through which Byzantine monks sought the transformation of the self and the ascent to union with God, was one of the most sophisticated systems of spiritual psychology in the history of religion, a tradition that combined rigorous bodily discipline with deep attention to the movements of the interior life, and that produced in its greatest practitioners both extraordinary experiences of divine encounter and a body of spiritual literature that has been continuously read and practiced in the Orthodox tradition for over 1,500 years. The foundational text of Byzantine spiritual practice was the Philokalia, the anthology of spiritual writings compiled by the 18th century Greek monks Nicodemos of the Holy Mountain and Makarios of Corinth, which gathered together the key texts of the Hesychast tradition from the 4th to the 15th centuries CE. The Philokalia, whose title means love of the beautiful or love of the good, presents a systematic account of the spiritual journey from the initial practice of attention and prayer through the progressive purification of the passions to the eventual experience of the divine light, organized around the fundamental Hesychast conviction that the human person is capable of direct participation in the divine life through the transforming action of grace. The practice of the Jesus prayer, the continuous repetition of the short formula, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, was the primary spiritual exercise recommended by the Hesychast tradition and is still practiced by millions of Orthodox Christians today. The practice aimed at the internalization of the prayer to the point where it continued automatically in the heart, even during sleep. A state described by the Hesychast masters as the prayer of the heart, in which the conscious effort of repetition gave way to an unceasing interior movement of devotion. The writings of Simeon, the new theologian, the 10th century Byzantine monk, whose mystical autobiography is one of the most extraordinary documents of personal religious experience in Christian literature, describe with vivid directness the experience of the divine light that was the goal of Byzantine monastic practice, and make him the most revealing and the most challenging witness to the inner world of Byzantine spirituality. Fact 56. The Byzantine Imperial Court, Theatre of Power. The Imperial Court of Constantinople, the elaborate social world of officials, courtiers, eunuchs, palace servants, ceremonial participants, and diplomatic guests that surrounded the emperor in the Great Palace and later the Blashnyi Palace, was one of the most carefully organized and most richly documented court cultures in the history of the pre-modern world. A theatrical environment in which every detail of dress, movement, speech, and position was regulated by the demands of an imperial ceremonial system designed to express, reinforce, and perpetuate the theological and political claims of the Roman emperor through the medium of spectacular organized performance. To be admitted to the inner circles of the Byzantine court was to participate in an elaborate ongoing drama of imperial sanctity and Roman universal sovereignty. The ceremonial handbook compiled by the Emperor Constantine I Porphyrogenitos in the 10th century, the Book of Ceremonies, provides an extraordinary window into this world, describing in meticulous detail the protocols for every occasion in the imperial calendar, how ambassadors were received, how the emperor processed to church on feast days, how the court dined, how promotions were conferred, how the acclamations of the troops were organized on military campaigns. The level of detail is almost obsessive. Who stood where, who wore what color, what words were said in what order, who bowed and when, suggesting that Constantine understood the performance of imperial ceremony as one of the emperor's most important responsibilities. The eunuchs who occupied the highest positions in the palace administration, the parakoimomenos, the protovisharios, the kuropalates, were among the most powerful individuals in the Byzantine state, their access to the emperor and their control of the palace's daily functioning giving them influence that could exceed that of generals and patriarchs. The Byzantine willingness to entrust such power to eunuchs reflected a practical logic. Men who could not found dynasties or transmit power to their sons were in principle less likely to use their position to build independent power bases, but the practice shocked Western observers who found it deeply alien. The court also functioned as the primary patron of Byzantine art, music, and literature, the source of the commissions that produced the great illuminated manuscripts, the ivory carvings, the enamel works, and the mosaic programs that are the most celebrated achievements of Byzantine visual culture. Fact 57. The Byzantine countryside and agriculture, the foundation of everything. The agricultural economy of the Byzantine Empire, the system of land tenure, labor organization, and crop production that fed the empire's cities and armies, generated the revenues that financed its government and military, and sustained the majority of its population through the long centuries of its existence, was the material foundation on which every other aspect of Byzantine civilization rested, and its history is inseparable from the history of the empire's political, social, and military institutions. Understanding how Byzantine farmers grew their crops and how the state extracted the surplus they produced is essential to understanding how the Byzantine Empire worked. The dominant crop system of the Byzantine agricultural world was the Mediterranean triad of wheat, olive, and vine, grown in the coastal regions and river valleys of Anatolia, the Aegean, Greece, and the Balkans, where the climate supported them, supplemented in different regions by barley, legumes, vegetables, and tree crops. The Byzantine agricultural year was shaped by the rhythms of these crops, the winter ploughing, the spring planting, the summer harvest, the autumn vintage, and by the labor demands of the olive and vine cultivation that required skilled work at specific times of the year to produce the high-quality products that commanded premium prices in Byzantine markets. The tension between the small peasant farmer who worked his own land and the large landowner who accumulated peasant properties through purchase, debt, and sometimes outright seizure was one of the most persistent social and political conflicts in Byzantine history. Emperors from Romanos I Lecapenos in the 10th century to Alexios I Komnenos in the 11th repeatedly legislated against the expansion of large estates at the expense of the smallholder peasantry, recognizing that the destruction of the independent small farmer class undermined the thematic military system that depended on free peasants as its recruitment pool. The Byzantine agricultural landscape was also shaped by the monastery. the great ecclesiastical estates that accumulated land through donation, bequest, and purchase over the centuries, creating major agricultural enterprises that combined the resources of large-scale farming with the discipline of monastic organization and the legal protections of ecclesiastical ownership to become the most economically significant landowners in many parts of the Byzantine world. Fact 58. The Byzantine circus factions, sport, politics, and violence. The circus factions of the Byzantine world, the Blues and the Greens, whose rivalry organized chariot racing entertainment, structured urban political life, and periodically erupted into violent conflict in Constantinople and other major cities, were among the most distinctive institutions of late antique and early Byzantine urban culture, reflecting a form of collective identification, competitive solidarity, and organized social mobilization that had no precise equivalent in either the ancient world that preceded them or the medieval world that followed. The factions were simultaneously sports organizations, religious brotherhoods, political networks, and urban militia, and their complex social functions made them one of the most revealing windows into the character of Byzantine urban life in its earliest centuries. The racing factions of the Hippodrome originated in the Roman world, where the Blues, Greens, Reds, and Whites organized chariot racing and the associated entertainment at the great hippodromes of Rome, Carthage, Antioch, and Alexandria. In the Byzantine period, the Reds and Whites were absorbed into the Blues and Greens respectively, and these two surviving factions dominated circus life and urban politics in Constantinople and the major provincial cities from at least the 4th century CE onward. The social composition of the factions is debated by historians. They clearly drew support from across the urban social spectrum, from the wealthy patrons who financed their racing teams to the rowdy street-level supporters who carried faction violence into the city's neighborhoods. The theological dimension of factional rivalry, the association of the Greens with Monophysite Christianity and the Blues with Chalcedonian Orthodoxy, and the corresponding association of imperial patronage with one or the other depending on the emperor's theological preferences, gave factional conflict a religious dimension that intensified its emotional charge. The Nika Revolt of 532 CE, the most violent and most politically consequential outbreak of factional violence in Byzantine history, demonstrated what happened when the two factions briefly overcame their rivalry to unite against an emperor. Tens of thousands dead, a significant portion of Constantinople burned to the ground, and the imperial regime nearly toppled before Theodora's determination and Belisarius's military ruthlessness restored Justinian's control. Fact 59. The Byzantine Empire and its neighbors, a world of relationships. The Byzantine Empire existed not in isolation, but at the center of a dense web of diplomatic, commercial, religious, and military relationships with dozens of neighboring peoples and states, and the management of these relationships, the constant negotiation of alliance, tribute, trade, conversion, and conflict that was the daily work of Byzantine foreign policy, was one of the most demanding and most intellectually engaging activities of the Byzantine state. The Byzantine Foreign Office was staffed by linguists, diplomats, ceremonial experts, and intelligence analysts whose combined expertise represented some of the most sophisticated statecraft in the pre-modern world. The neighbors that Byzantine foreign policy had to manage were extraordinarily diverse. To the east, the Sassanid Persian Empire was replaced first by the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, and eventually by the Seljuk Turks and the Ottoman Empire. To the north, the steppe peoples Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Pechenegs, Cumans, Mongols were a permanent source of military pressure that required constant diplomatic attention and periodic military response. To the northwest, the emerging kingdoms of the Slavic and Germanic worlds required management through a combination of commercial incentives, dynastic marriages, religious conversion, and the strategic deployment of honorific titles. The Byzantine system of managing neighbors through the conferral of imperial titles, making a Bulgar Khan into a Byzantine Archon, a Rus prince into a Byzantine strategos, an Arab border lord into a Byzantine patrician, was one of the most creative instruments of Byzantine foreign policy, simultaneously satisfying the prestige ambitions of foreign rulers and binding them symbolically to the Byzantine imperial hierarchy. The proliferation of Byzantine-style court titles among the rulers of the neighboring peoples created a notional pan-Byzantium that extended the empire's symbolic sovereignty far beyond its actual military reach. The De Administrando Imperio, the handbook of foreign policy advice compiled by Constantine I Porphyrogenitos for his son, is one of the most remarkable documents in the history of statecraft, combining detailed geographical and ethnographic information about every major neighboring people with practical advice on how to manage them, keep them divided, exploit their rivalries, and maintain Byzantine supremacy through the instruments of soft power. Fact 60. The Byzantine Empire's long twilight, the final centuries. The final 2 centuries of the Byzantine Empire, the period from the restoration of Constantinople in 1261 CE to its fall in 1453 CE, were not merely a slow dying but a complex and often fascinating historical period in their own right, marked by extraordinary cultural productivity, intense theological controversy, sophisticated diplomatic maneuvering, and moments of both genuine heroism and profound tragedy. The Byzantines of the final period were not passive victims of Ottoman expansion, but active agents attempting, with the limited resources available to them, to find solutions to the empire's existential crisis. The theological controversy of the Hesychast debate resolved definitively in favor of Gregory Palamas, and the monastic tradition in 1351 CE divided Byzantine intellectual life between the Hesychast party, associated with the monasteries of Mount Athos, and the Humanist party, associated with the scholars most engaged with Western European intellectual developments. This division had political as well as theological dimensions, since the Hesychast party tended to oppose union with Rome on theological grounds, while the Humanist party was more willing to consider union as the price of Western military assistance. The Union councils at Lyon in 1274 CE and Florence in 1439 CE represented the most serious Byzantine attempts to secure Western military assistance through theological compromise. The Council of Florence produced a formal declaration of union between the Orthodox and Catholic churches that was accepted by the Byzantine Emperor John VII and most of the Byzantine hierarchy present, but that was rejected by the Byzantine people when the delegation returned to Constantinople, and that proved incapable of generating the hoped-for military aid. The last emperors governed a city that had contracted from its medieval peak to perhaps 50,000 to 100,000 people within the walls, a city whose churches were falling into disrepair, whose commercial life was dominated by the Genoese colony at Galata across the Golden Horn, and whose population lived in intermittent dread of the Ottoman power that surrounded them. The courage with which Constantine I and his garrison of approximately 7,000 defenders held those diminished walls for 53 days against an Ottoman army of tens of thousands was, as the story has always been recognized, a form of greatness. The last Byzantine emperors knew their empire was dying and refused to stop trying to save it. That is perhaps the most Byzantine thing about them, and the most admirable. 60 facts. The empire has lived, flourished, contracted, and illuminated even in the dark. The night deepens, let it all settle. This is explored during sleeping. 60 facts behind you. In this part we meet the emperor scholars, follow Byzantine children growing up in a world saturated with the supernatural, watch Islam and Byzantium become reluctant neighbors, and trace the living tradition that never died, the icons, the manuscripts, the Russian Third Rome. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61. The Byzantine emperors who were also scholars, the intellectual throne. Among the most distinctive features of Byzantine imperial culture was the expectation, sometimes met, sometimes not, that the emperor should be not merely a military commander and political administrator, but a man of genuine intellectual cultivation, capable of engaging with the philosophical and theological questions that dominated Byzantine educated discourse, of composing literary works of acceptable quality, and of participating as a patron and interlocutor in the scholarly life of the capital. The Byzantine emperor, who was also a genuine scholar, was a recurring figure in the empire's history, and the works produced by emperors in their scholarly capacity constitute one of the more unusual bodies of literature in the history of world governance. The most remarkable scholar-emperor was Constantine VII Porphyrogenitos, the emperor who ruled from 908 to 959 CE, and who is primarily known to posterity not for his military campaigns or his administrative reforms, but for his extraordinary scholarly output. Constantine commissioned and personally participated in the compilation of encyclopedic collections covering every subject of ancient learning, geography, agriculture, military tactics, veterinary medicine, diplomacy, court ceremony, that represent the most ambitious systematic compilation of ancient knowledge since the late antique period. He wrote the De Administrando Imperio, the De Thematibus, and the De Ceremoniis, 3 of the most important sources for our knowledge of Byzantine government, geography, and court life. The Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, the penultimate Byzantine emperor, who ruled from 1391 to 1425 CE during the final desperate decades of the empire's existence, was a man of considerable intellectual and literary ability who used his enforced diplomatic travels through the courts of Western Europe, seeking military assistance that never came. to compose a series of philosophical dialogues and a remarkable collection of letters that are among the most elegantly written documents of the final Byzantine period. The emperor's role as intellectual patron, the supporter of scholars, the commissioner of manuscripts, the source of the material resources that made scholarly life possible, was as important as his role as scholar, and the court of Constantinople at its best functioned as one of the great intellectual centers of the medieval world. Fact 62. Byzantine children growing up in the empire. The childhood of Byzantine children, the experience of growing up in the civilization that produced the Hagia Sophia and the Corpus Juris Civilis, that prayed 5 times daily according to the canonical hours and fasted for half the year, that venerated saints and feared demons, and celebrated the liturgical seasons with the full weight of an 11th century tradition, was shaped by a combination of universal human experiences and the specific cultural and religious patterns of Byzantine civilization, creating lives that were in some ways very similar to the lives of children in other pre-modern societies, and in other ways distinctively Byzantine in their content and their preoccupations. Byzantine children were born into a world saturated with the supernatural, a world in which the saints were active presences rather than historical memories, in which the evil eye, the demons of illness, and the malevolent powers of the night were genuine threats requiring constant ritual protection, and in which the protection of the newborn child was a matter of urgent spiritual as well as physical concern. The baptism of the infant, which typically occurred within a few days of birth, was the primary ritual of protection and incorporation, the ceremony through which the child was removed from the dangerous liminal state of the unbaptized and brought within the community of the faithful and under the protection of God, the saints, and the Church. Byzantine education followed the classical pattern of the enkyclios paideia for the children of the elite, grammar, rhetoric, and the classical authors, while the children of humbler families typically received whatever basic literacy and vocational training the local priest, the village school, or parental instruction could provide. The monastery served as the primary educational institution in many provincial areas, offering a basic curriculum of reading, writing, and biblical knowledge to boys who would go on to careers in the church or in local administration. The physical dangers of Byzantine childhood were considerable. Infant and child mortality was high by any modern standard, and the funerary inscriptions and saints' lives of the Byzantine world are full of references to the deaths of children and the grief of parents. The cult of child saints, martyred children who had been killed for their faith, was one expression of the Byzantine awareness of childhood's fragility and the consolation of the belief that children who died young were received directly into God's presence. Fact 63. The Byzantine Empire's literary tradition, writing in the shadow of antiquity. The literary culture of the Byzantine Empire was conducted simultaneously in 2 registers that existed in permanent tension with each other. The High Literary Register of Classical Attic Greek, maintained artificially by educated writers who deliberately modeled their prose and verse on the classical authors of the 5th and 4th centuries BCE. And the Vernacular Register of the Byzantine spoken language, the ancestor of modern Greek, that was the medium of popular religious literature, folk poetry, and the living spoken culture of the empire's ordinary population. This diglossia shaped Byzantine literature in fundamental ways, creating simultaneously a high tradition of extraordinary linguistic sophistication and a popular tradition of immediate emotional accessibility. The high literary tradition produced, over 11 centuries, an enormous body of historical writing, theological treatise, philosophical commentary, poetic composition, rhetoric, letter writing, and encyclopedic compilation that represents one of the most sustained and most varied literary traditions in the history of the Mediterranean world. The great Byzantine historians, Procopius Theophylaximachata, Constantine VII, Michael Sellos, Anna Komnene, Nyctas Choniates, Georgios Pachymias, produced works of genuine literary and historical distinction that are both primary sources for Byzantine history and literary achievements in their own right. The most remarkable literary figure of Byzantine history is perhaps Anna Komnene, the daughter of the emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who wrote in the 12th century the Alexiad, a biography of her father and a history of his reign that is simultaneously one of the most detailed and most important sources for the history of the First Crusade and the Byzantine experience of the Crusades, and one of the most literally accomplished historical works of the Middle Ages. Written in an elegant Attic Greek that deliberately models itself on Thucydides while pursuing the very un-Thucydidean goal of celebrating a beloved father. The popular vernacular literature of the Byzantine world, the epic cycles celebrating border warriors like Dionysius Akritas, the vernacular religious poetry, The Popular Saints' Lives, offers a complementary view of Byzantine culture that the high literary tradition's artificial classicism tends to obscure. Revealing a world of immediate human emotion and popular religious practice that is in some ways more representative of what most Byzantines actually experienced than the sophisticated productions of the imperial court. Fact 64. The Byzantine Empire and Islam, neighbors across the frontier. The relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world, the complex, centuries-long encounter between two of the most sophisticated civilizations of the pre-modern world, was one of the most consequential interactions in the history of human civilization, generating military conflict and commercial exchange, intellectual borrowing and theological polemic, diplomatic negotiation and cultural transformation in proportions that shaped both civilizations profoundly. The Byzantines and the Muslims were not simply enemies. They were neighbors, trading partners, occasional allies, and persistent intellectual challenges to each other's self-understanding. The theological encounter between Byzantium and Islam produced some of the most interesting comparative religious discourse of the medieval world. The most important Byzantine theological response to Islam was the work of John of Damascus, the 8th century monk who lived under Arab rule in Palestine and whose systematic theology on the Orthodox faith was written in deliberate awareness of the Islamic critique of Christianity. John engaged with Islam not as a pagan religion, but as a heresy, in terms that acknowledged the theological sophistication of Muslim thought while defending the specifically Christian claims that Islam denied. The commercial relationship between Byzantium and the Islamic world was, despite periodic military conflict, remarkably continuous. Byzantine merchants traded with Arab and Persian partners through the intermediary markets of Constantinople. The flow of goods, Byzantine silk westward, Arab spices and manufactured goods northward, continued through the most intense periods of military hostility. The Islamic world was also one of the primary channels through which ancient Greek scientific and philosophical texts were preserved and transmitted. Arab scholars of the 8th and 9th centuries translated enormous quantities of Greek scientific material into Arabic, and some of this was later retranslated from Arabic back into Greek in ways that influenced Byzantine intellectual life. The frontier zone between the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic caliphates, the borderlands of Cilicia, northern Syria and the upper Euphrates, was one of the most culturally diverse regions in the medieval world, where Greek, Arabic, Armenian and Syriac were all spoken, and where Christians and Muslims coexisted under alternating imperial and caliphal authority. Fact 65. The Byzantine legacy in Russia, the Third Rome. The most consequential long-term extension of Byzantine civilization was the Orthodox Christian culture that Byzantium transmitted to Russia, a transmission that began with the baptism of the Kievan Rus in 988 CE, developed through the Russian adoption of Byzantine political ideology. Artistic conventions, liturgical practice, and literary traditions, and culminated in the emergence of Muscovite Russia as the self-proclaimed Third Rome and heir of the Byzantine imperial tradition after the fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE. The Russian claim to be the legitimate successor of Byzantium is one of the most enduring and most consequential legacies of Byzantine civilization, shaping Russian political culture, religious identity, and imperial ambitions through the 20th century and beyond. The baptism of Prince Vladimir in 988 CE, and his subsequent baptism of his people in the Dnieper River, initiated a process of cultural transformation that over the following centuries produced in Kievan Rus and later Muscovite Russia a civilization that was unmistakably Byzantine in its fundamental cultural orientation. Byzantine ecclesiastical architecture was transplanted to Russian soil and adapted to Russian materials, producing the distinctive domed church architecture that is one of the most immediately recognizable expressions of Russian culture. Byzantine liturgical music was adapted to Russian vocal practice, producing the magnificent tradition of Russian choral music. Byzantine iconography provided the models for the great tradition of Russian icon painting. The concept of Moscow as the Third Rome, first articulated by the monk Philophy of Pskov in a letter to the Grand Prince of Moscow in the early 16th century, drew a direct line of legitimacy from Rome to Constantinople to Moscow, presenting the Muscovite state as the last surviving bulwark of Orthodox Christianity after the fall of Byzantium and the apostasy of Rome to heresy. This concept shaped Russian imperial ideology from Ivan III, who married the Byzantine princess Sophia Paleologina and adopted the Byzantine double-headed eagle as the Russian state symbol, to the last Romanov Tsars. The influence of Byzantine political theology on Russian governance was equally significant. The concept of the Tsar as the anointed of God, the protector of orthodoxy, the earthly representative of divine authority, all of these were Byzantine inheritances that shaped the character of Russian imperial rule and its claims to sacred legitimacy. Fact 66. Byzantine science and technology, practical achievements. The Byzantine Empire's relationship with science and technology was more complex and more productive than the conventional image of Byzantium as a civilization primarily concerned with theology and the preservation of classical learning would suggest. Byzantine scholars contributed to mathematics, astronomy, medicine, agriculture, and military technology in ways that were genuinely innovative rather than merely conservative. And the technical achievements of Byzantine engineers, architects, and medical practitioners deserve to be recognized alongside the empire's better-known cultural and religious accomplishments. Byzantine medicine was among the most sophisticated in the medieval world, and the Byzantine hospital, the Xenon, was a genuine medical institution with specialized wards, professional staff, and systematic clinical practice. The great Byzantine medical encyclopedist Paul of Aegina, writing in the 7th century CE, produced a medical compilation that synthesized the entire Galenic tradition and added significant clinical observations, and that was translated into Arabic by the Muslim physician Hunayn ibn Ishaq in the 9th century CE, where it became one of the foundational texts of Islamic medicine. Byzantine military medicine, the care of wounded soldiers, included field surgery, the management of infected wounds, and the organized evacuation of casualties. Byzantine architecture produced genuinely innovative structural solutions, above all the pendentive system, that enabled the Hagia Sophia's dome to rest on a square base rather than a circular drum, a solution that was not achieved by any other architectural tradition and that influenced the subsequent development of domed architecture in both the Islamic world and Western Europe. The development of the cross-and-square church plan that became the standard form of Byzantine ecclesiastical architecture from the Middle Period onward was an architectural innovation of genuine significance. Byzantine military technology included not only Greek fire but sophisticated fortification techniques, advanced siege engines, and the development of early flamethrower systems that deployed incendiary compounds from ships and land-based installations. The Byzantine military manuals provide detailed descriptions of siege equipment, field fortification, and tactical formations that represent a sophisticated technical tradition maintained over centuries. Fact 67. The Byzantine family, marriage, children, and household. The Byzantine family, the fundamental social unit of Byzantine civilization, the institution within which most Byzantines were born, raised, educated, and eventually died, was organized according to a complex set of rules derived from Roman law, Christian theological teaching, and the practical realities of Byzantine economic and social life, creating a domestic world that was simultaneously shaped by the universal human experiences of love, parenthood, and death, and by the specific cultural and religious patterns of Byzantine civilization. Understanding the Byzantine family is essential to understanding Byzantine society from the inside out. Byzantine marriage law was derived from Roman legal principles, but significantly modified by Christian theological teaching. Marriage was a legally binding contract entered into by the free consent of both parties. The canonical age of consent was 12 for girls and 14 for boys, and dissolved only by the death of one of the partners or by formal divorce. The Church increasingly insisted on the religious blessing of marriage through the ceremony of the sacrament, and by the Middle Byzantine period, the ecclesiastical wedding ceremony had become the standard form of marriage for most Byzantine Christians, displacing the earlier purely civil contract. The Byzantine household was organized around the patrilineal family, the oikos, that included not only the nuclear family of husband, wife, and children, but the extended network of grandparents, siblings, cousins, and in-laws, whose support and solidarity were essential to the economic and social survival of the individual household in the precarious conditions of Byzantine life. The maintenance of family networks, through the regular exchange of visits, gifts, and favors, through the careful negotiation of marriages that strengthened advantageous family connections, and through the collective management of family property, was one of the primary social activities of Byzantine life at every level of society. The position of women within the Byzantine family was ambivalent, legally subordinate to their husbands in many respects, but in practice often the effective managers of the household economy, the primary educators of young children, and the most consistent source of domestic stability in families whose male members were periodically absent on military campaign, commercial travel, or diplomatic service. The widow, who had legal control over her own property and her children's guardianship, was often the most genuinely independent Byzantine woman. Fact 68. The Fall and its Consequences. What 1453 meant for the world. The fall of Constantinople on May 29, 1453 CE was not merely the end of the Byzantine Empire. It was an event that reverberated across the known world, triggering responses in the courts of European kings, in the marketplaces of Italian cities, in the monasteries of the Orthodox world, and in the political calculations of every power that had maintained a relationship with the Byzantine state. The fall was simultaneously a military victory, a cultural catastrophe, a symbolic watershed, and the catalyst for a series of developments in European and Near Eastern history that would reshape the world over the following century. The immediate practical consequences for the European powers were significant. Venice and Genoa, whose commercial empires were built on the privileged trading positions they had secured in Byzantine ports, lost those positions to the Ottoman state that replaced Byzantium and had to renegotiate their commercial presence in Ottoman territory from a far weaker position. The flow of Byzantine scholars westward, which had already been accelerating for decades before 1453 CE as the empire contracted, became a flood after the fall, and the manuscripts and intellectual traditions they carried contributed to the Italian Renaissance's engagement with Greek antiquity. The strategic implications were equally significant. The Ottoman control of Constantinople, and with it the control of the Bosphorus strait through which all Black Sea trade had to pass, gave the Ottoman Empire a stranglehold on one of the most important commercial arteries in the world. European merchants pressed toward alternative routes, and the fall of Constantinople is sometimes cited as one of the factors that motivated European maritime exploration, the search for oceanic routes to Asia that produced the voyages of Columbus and da Gama. The psychological impact of the fall was enormous. For the Orthodox world, Constantinople had been not merely a city but a symbol, the New Jerusalem, the God-protected city, the center of the Christian oikumene, and its fall was experienced as a religious catastrophe of the first order, producing an outpouring of lamentation poetry in Greek, Serbian, Bulgarian, and Russian that expressed the depth of the loss and the disorientation of an Orthodox world that had lost its center. The Greek lament for Constantinople, still recited in the diaspora, ends with a promise: the city will be ours again. It has not been fulfilled, it has not been forgotten. Fact 69. Byzantine art after Byzantium, the living tradition. The artistic tradition of the Byzantine Empire did not die with the empire in 1453 CE, but continued in the successor states of the Orthodox Christian world, in post-Byzantine Greece and the Aegean Islands under Venetian and Ottoman rule, in the monasteries of Mount Athos, in the Serbian and Bulgarian kingdoms, in Russia, in Georgia and Armenia. Producing over the following centuries a body of religious art that maintained the essential conventions and theological vision of Byzantine aesthetics, while adapting them to new materials, new patrons, and new regional cultural contexts. The post-Byzantine tradition is not a mere continuation of a dead style, but a living artistic practice that has never entirely ceased. The icon painting tradition, the production of religious images on wooden panels using egg tempera, gold leaf, and the distinctive stylistic conventions of Byzantine art, has continued without interruption from the Byzantine period to the present day in the workshops of the Orthodox world. The theological understanding of the icon, as a window between the human and the divine, as a participation in the reality it depicts rather than merely a representation of it, is unchanged from the formulations of John of Damascus and the Second Council of Nicaea. Icons produced in contemporary workshops in Russia, Greece, Serbia, Romania, and the United States are direct descendants of a Byzantine workshop tradition, traceable to the 6th and 7th centuries CE. The great monastic workshops of Mount Athos, which remained under Ottoman protection after 1453 CE, the monasteries continuing their life with a degree of independence that the Ottoman authorities maintained, produced a sustained tradition of fresco painting, manuscript illumination, and icon production that is the most direct continuation of the Byzantine artistic tradition. The 16th century Cretan school of icon painting, associated with artists trained in the Venice-controlled Crete, who combined Byzantine iconographic conventions with Italian Renaissance techniques, produced in El Greco, before his departure for Spain, the most internationally celebrated post-Byzantine painter. The Russian tradition of icon painting produced in the 15th century the work of Andrei Rublev, whose Trinity icon is universally regarded as the supreme achievement of the Russian tradition and one of the great works of religious art in any medium, a work rooted in Byzantine iconographic conventions and transcending them. Fact 70. The Byzantine Empire's final gift, preserving the ancient world. The single most consequential contribution of the Byzantine Empire to the subsequent history of human civilization was its role as the great preserver of the ancient Greek intellectual tradition. The 11th century institution that stood between the living world of classical antiquity and the potential darkness of a world without Plato, without Thucydides, without Aristotle, without Euclid, without Homer, without Sophocles. The transmission of classical Greek learning to the modern world was not inevitable, but dependent on the specific choices made by Byzantine scholars, emperors, and institutions over more than a millennium. The mechanism of transmission was primarily the manuscript, the hand-copied book produced in Byzantine scriptoria that was the primary vehicle for the preservation and dissemination of ancient texts. The standard Greek literary education of the Byzantine period required familiarity with Homer, Hesiod, the tragedians, the orators, the historians, and the philosophers, and maintaining this familiarity required maintaining a supply of readable copies of these texts. Byzantine scribes copied ancient texts continuously, generation after generation, ensuring that the physical objects that carried the texts were regularly renewed before they deteriorated beyond legibility. The 9th and 10th centuries, the Macedonian period, were particularly crucial for the survival of ancient Greek texts, because it was in this period that many surviving ancient texts were copied from increasingly fragile papyrus originals onto fresh parchment, using the new minuscule script that was easier to read and faster to write. The surviving manuscripts of most ancient Greek authors can be traced, through their manuscript traditions, to Byzantine copies made in this period, and the scribes who made these copies were among the most consequential individuals in the history of Western culture, even though most of them are now completely unknown to history. The westward transmission of Byzantine learning, through the Italian scholars who studied Greek in Constantinople in the 14th and 15th centuries, through the Byzantine scholars who migrated to Italy before and after the fall of Constantinople, and through the Ottoman-era Greek communities who maintained Byzantine literacy in the diaspora, completed the work of transmission. Bringing the ancient texts to the scholars of the Italian Renaissance, who made them the foundation of modern Western humanist education. 70 facts behind you. In this part, we follow the missionaries who exported a civilization, the border warriors who inspired epic poetry, the Christological controversies that fractured the church, the liturgy as heaven on earth, and at fact 80, we pause to ask what Byzantium means now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71, the Byzantine missionary enterprise, exporting a civilization. The missionary activity of the Byzantine Empire, the organized effort to spread Orthodox Christianity and Byzantine cultural values to neighboring peoples, conducted through a combination of imperial diplomacy, ecclesiastical initiative, and the personal effort of individual missionaries, was one of the most consequential and most far-reaching enterprises in the history of the Byzantine state, creating the conditions for the Christianization of the Slavic, Bulgarian, Serbian, Romanian, and Russian peoples that is among the most enduring and most visible legacies of Byzantine civilization in the contemporary world. Byzantine missionaries did not merely convert souls, they transmitted an entire civilization, creating in each missionary field a miniature version of the Byzantine cultural complex. The Byzantine missionary enterprise was distinctive in several ways that made it more culturally sensitive than its Western counterpart. Decision to create Slavonic liturgical texts and to permit the celebration of the Orthodox liturgy in the vernacular language of the Slavic peoples. A decision attributable to Saints Cyril and Methodius and their patrons in the Constantinople court, was a radical departure from the standard practice of conducting Christian worship exclusively in Greek or Latin, and it had enormous consequences for the long-term survival and vitality of Orthodox Christianity among the converted peoples. A Christianity conducted in one's own language was a Christianity that could sink genuine roots. The Bulgarian conversion of the 9th century CE, which followed a period of military confrontation and diplomatic negotiation in which the Bulgarian Tsar Boris asked first the papacy and then Constantinople for missionaries, ultimately choosing the Byzantine Church, created the first significant Slavic Orthodox state and gave Byzantine Christianity its first great missionary success. The subsequent Christianization of Serbia, which followed closely on the Bulgarian conversion, extended the Byzantine cultural sphere into the Western Balkans. The most consequential missionary success was of course the Russian conversion of 988 CE, whose long-term effects we have already examined. But the broader pattern of Byzantine missionary activity, patient, culturally adaptive, linguistically sensitive, and backed by the full resources of imperial diplomacy, deserves recognition as one of the most effective cultural expansion programs in the history of pre-modern civilization. Fact 72. The Byzantine border warriors, Akriti and the frontier. The Byzantine frontier, the vast, contested boundary zone that separated the empire from its neighbors on every side, was not merely a geographical line, but a social world, a military culture, and a literary tradition in its own right. The border warriors who defended and patrolled this frontier, the Akriti, the frontier guards whose name derived from the Greek word for a point or extremity, were among the most distinctively Byzantine of social types, combining the practical military skills of the frontier fighter with the cultural complexity of life at the boundary between two civilizations, and inspiring one of the most interesting bodies of vernacular literature produced by the Byzantine world. The most celebrated of the Byzantine border heroes was Dionysius Akritas, whose name means two-blood border lord, reflecting his mixed Greek and Arab ancestry, the protagonist of an epic cycle that circulated in oral tradition from approximately the 10th century CE onward, and that was eventually committed to writing in several distinct versions. The Dionysius epic presents a world of heroic combat on the eastern Byzantine Arab frontier, of raids and counter-raids, of captured brides and avenged insults, of enormous physical strength and supernatural courage, that is at once a celebration of Byzantine frontier military culture and a remarkable document of cultural hybridity, a hero who is simultaneously Greek and Arab, Christian and implicitly rooted in the values of a warrior culture that transcended religious boundaries. The historical reality behind the Dionysius epic was the world of the Byzantine Arab frontier zones of Cilicia and the Upper Euphrates, a world populated by Greek, Arab, Armenian and Syriac communities who had lived on both sides of the shifting boundary for centuries and who had developed a mixed culture in which the political and military competition between the two empires was combined with significant cultural exchange, commercial interaction, and occasionally genuine personal alliance and friendship. The Byzantine frontier military system, the chain of fortresses, watchtowers and garrison towns that created the physical infrastructure of border defense, was one of the most sophisticated military frontier systems in the medieval world, combining fixed defensive positions with mobile cavalry forces capable of responding to enemy incursions across a wide geographic front. Fact 73. Byzantine Constantinople after the Ottomans, the eternal city transformed. The physical city of Constantinople, the material fabric of streets, churches, palaces and public spaces that the Byzantine Empire had built, rebuilt and maintained over 11 centuries, did not disappear with the fall of the empire on May 29, 1453 CE, but continued to exist under its new Ottoman masters, who transformed it into the capital of their empire with a speed and thoroughness that reflected both the Ottoman Sultan's genuine admiration for the city and his determination to demonstrate that the Ottoman Empire was the legitimate heir of the Byzantine imperial tradition. The Istanbul that Mehmed II inherited and transformed bears the marks of both Byzantine and Ottoman civilization simultaneously, and the palimpsest of the two traditions can still be read in the city's streets and monuments today. Mehmed II's first act after entering the city was to visit the Hagia Sophia, the most important building in the Byzantine world, and to order its immediate conversion to a mosque. The act was symbolically charged. By praying in the building that had been the spiritual center of Byzantine Christianity for 9 centuries, Mehmed was claiming the symbolic legitimacy of the Byzantine imperial tradition for his own state. The Hagia Sophia's conversion involved the whitewashing of its Christian mosaics, the addition of the minaret towers that now define its external silhouette, and the installation of the mihrab indicating the direction of Mecca, but the building itself was preserved in its essential structural form, a recognition of its architectural incomparability. The Byzantine Palace complex, the great palace that had been the residence of Byzantine emperors for 9 centuries, was not maintained by the Ottomans, who established their own imperial residence at the Topkapi Palace on a different part of the peninsula. The Great Palace was gradually demolished or fell into ruin, and its vast site was redeveloped by the Ottoman city. The Hippodrome, immediately adjacent to the Great Palace, was similarly gradually redeveloped, its ancient monuments dispersed or left in place as urban curiosities. The Byzantine churches that survived the conquest, some converted to mosques, others preserved as churches under the millet system that guaranteed the rights of the Greek Orthodox community, continued to express the Byzantine architectural tradition in the Ottoman city, creating the physical continuity between Byzantine and Ottoman Constantinople that makes Istanbul one of the most historically layered cities in the world. Fact 74. The Byzantine theological controversies, one nature or two. The great Christological controversies of the 5th and 6th centuries, ca. The debates about the nature of Christ, about how the divine and human were related in the person of Jesus, that divided the Christian world into competing factions and permanently fractured the unity of the Eastern Christian Church, were the most divisive and most consequential theological disputes in Byzantine history, producing schisms that separated millions of Christians from the imperial church. Creating the communities of Nestorian and Miaphysite Christians that still exist today, and contributing significantly to the vulnerability of the eastern provinces to the Arab conquests by undermining the religious loyalty of their populations to the imperial government. The central question was one that lay at the very heart of Christian theology. If Jesus was both fully divine and fully human, how did these two natures relate to each other in the single person of Christ? The Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE, convened by the Emperor Marcian to settle the controversy, affirmed that Christ had two complete natures, divine and human, united in one person without confusion, mixture, separation, or division, in what remains the official Christological formula of Catholic, Orthodox, and most Protestant Christianity to the present day. But the Chalcedonian formula was rejected by significant portions of the Eastern Christian world. The Miaphysites, who maintained that Christ had one unified nature that was both divine and human, refused to accept the Chalcedonian formula and formed the Coptic, Ethiopian, Armenian, and Syriac Orthodox churches that are still the largest Christian communities in Egypt, Ethiopia, and Syria today. The Nestorians, who were accused of separating the two natures of Christ so completely that they implied two persons, formed the Church of the East that spread eastward through Persia to India and China. The Byzantine imperial attempt to enforce Chalcedonian orthodoxy in the eastern provinces, through a combination of coercion, economic pressure, and periodic violent persecution, created resentments that made the Arab conquest of Syria, Egypt, and Palestine in the 7th century welcome to many of the local Christian populations who saw the Arab armies as liberators from Byzantine religious oppression rather than as foreign conquerors. The Miaphysite and Nestorian communities that Byzantium had persecuted survived under Arab rule more comfortably than they had under Byzantine rule. Fact 75, the Byzantine palace system, rooms where empires were made. The palace complex of the Byzantine emperors, the great palace that sprawled across the southeastern corner of the Constantinople peninsula, between the Hippodrome and the sea from Constantine I's time to the Komnenian dynasty's adoption of the Blashnyi Palace in the 12th century, was one of the most extensive and most continuously evolving royal residences in the history of the world, a complex that grew over 9 centuries through the additions of successive emperors into a vast, organically organized collection of throne rooms, reception halls, chapels, living quarters, service buildings, gardens, and harbors that covered an estimated 400,000 square meters of the city's most valuable land. The Great Palace was not a single building, but a city within the city, a complex of several hundred buildings of varying size and function, connected by covered corridors and open colonnaded passages, set within gardens and terraced down the hillside toward the sea, in a series of terraces that afforded spectacular views across the Sea of Marmara to the Asian shore. The buildings ranged from the enormous Chrysotraklinos, the Golden Throne Room, the primary ceremonial space of the Byzantine court, to small private chapels, from the Magnora, the reception hall where foreign ambassadors were received by the mechanical throne and the roaring golden lions, to the private imperial apartments where emperors lived and slept and conducted the informal business of government. The palace contained within its precincts the most important religious relics in the Byzantine world, the true cross, the crown of thorns, and numerous other objects of the Passion of Christ that had been accumulated by Byzantine emperors over the centuries, and that made the palace simultaneously an imperial residence and a shrine of the highest sacred significance. The loss of these relics, looted by the Crusaders of the Fourth Crusade in 1204 CE and subsequently sold across the Latin West, was one of the most significant cultural losses of that catastrophe. The transition from the Great Palace to the Blashnyi Palace in the Komnenian period reflected the changing political geography of the empire, as the northwestern district of Blashnyi, adjacent to the land walls and the Theodosian fortifications that were the city's primary defensive line, became both strategically and politically more important than the old imperial center. Fact 76, the Byzantine Ecumenical Councils, defining Christian faith. The 7 ecumenical councils of the Christian Church, the great gatherings of bishops from across the Christian world that define the foundational doctrines of Orthodox, Catholic, and most Protestant Christianity between 325 and 787 CE, were all held within the territory of the Byzantine Empire, and were convened at the direct initiative of Byzantine emperors, who saw the resolution of theological disputes and the maintenance of Christian doctrinal unity as a fundamental imperial responsibility. The doctrinal definitions produced at these councils, concerning the nature of the Trinity, the nature of Christ, and the legitimacy of icon veneration, are the theological foundation of Christianity as it has been practiced by the vast majority of Christians throughout history. The 7 councils define the core of Christian doctrine in a sequence of increasingly specific theological decisions. The First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE affirmed the full divinity of Christ against Arianism. The First Council of Constantinople in 381 CE completed the definition of the Trinity, affirming the full divinity of the Holy Spirit. The Council of Ephesus in 431 CE affirmed Mary as the Theotokos, the God-bearer, against the Nestorian position. The Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE defined the two natures of Christ. The Second and Third Councils of Constantinople in 553 and 680 CE refined the Chalcedonian definition. And the Second Council of Nicaea in 787 CE affirmed the veneration of icons against iconoclasm. Each of these councils was a genuinely Byzantine institution in its organization, its politics, and its theological culture. The emperor provided the physical infrastructure, the meeting place, the security, the logistical support, and frequently participated directly in the council's proceedings, presiding over sessions, mediating between factions, and using imperial authority to enforce the council's decisions. The councils were simultaneously theological assemblies and political events, and the outcomes they reached reflected both genuine theological conviction and the practical political interests of the imperial state. The authority of the ecumenical councils is still recognized by all 3 major branches of Christianity, Catholic, Orthodox, and most Protestant traditions, except the first 7 councils as definitive expressions of Christian doctrine, making them perhaps the most universal and most enduring institutional legacy of the Byzantine Imperial Church. Fact 77. The Byzantine textile arts, silk, embroidery, and the art of cloth. Textile arts of the Byzantine Empire, the tradition of silk weaving, gold embroidery, and decorative fabric production that clothed the emperor, adorned the church, and expressed the visual vocabulary of Byzantine aesthetic culture in a medium that was simultaneously the most economically significant and the most symbolically charged luxury material of the pre-modern world, were among the most technically accomplished and most internationally celebrated artistic productions of the Byzantine world. Byzantine textiles were exported as diplomatic gifts, commercial commodities, and luxury purchases, and surviving examples in museum collections provide some of the most direct evidence we have for Byzantine aesthetic values and technical capabilities. The imperial silk workshops of Constantinople, the ergasteria, produced fabrics of extraordinary technical complexity and aesthetic sophistication, using pattern-weaving techniques on complex drawlooms that could produce the elaborate figurative and geometric designs that characterized the most prestigious Byzantine textiles. The most important of these designs, the roundel pattern, in which circular medallions containing figurative motifs were arranged in repeating patterns, became so characteristic of Byzantine luxury textiles that it was imitated by workshops across the Islamic world and eventually influenced the development of European medieval textile design. The most sacred and most carefully guarded Byzantine textile production was the manufacture of purple silk, the fabric dyed with the secretion of the murex sea snail that was reserved for imperial and ecclesiastical use, and whose possession by unauthorized persons was treated as a capital offense. The cost of producing purple dye, each mollusk yielded only a tiny amount of the secretion, and producing a pound of dye required thousands of mollusks, made purple-dyed fabric so expensive that it functioned as a physical embodiment of imperial wealth and power. Byzantine ecclesiastical embroidery, the tradition of gold thread embroidery on liturgical vestments and altar cloths, was a parallel high-prestige textile tradition that produced some of the most technically demanding and most aesthetically impressive works in the medium. The great liturgical embroideries of the late Byzantine period, several of which survive in museum collections, are works of extraordinary technical accomplishment whose figurative programs combine the theological depth of Byzantine iconography with the intimate scale and tactile richness of the embroidered medium. Fact 78. The Byzantine intellectual tradition, philosophy in Constantinople. The intellectual life of Constantinople, the world of scholars, teachers, libraries, and learned debates that constituted the Byzantine intellectual tradition, was one of the most sustained and most varied intellectual cultures in the history of the pre-modern world, a tradition that engaged with the full range of questions that human intelligence has posed about the nature of reality, the demands of justice, the requirements of faith, and the possibilities of beauty. Understanding Byzantine intellectual culture is essential to understanding why Byzantium matters, why the civilization that might appear to have been merely conservative and tradition-bound was in fact one of the most intellectually alive civilizations of the medieval world. The tradition of philosophical commentary, the practice of writing learned expositions of the works of Plato and Aristotle that explained their arguments, resolved their apparent contradictions, and applied their insights to contemporary questions, was one of the most important intellectual activities of the Byzantine world. Byzantine philosophical commentators, from John Philoponus in the 6th century CE to Georgios Gemistos Plethon in the 15th CE, engaged with the Platonic and Aristotelian traditions with genuine philosophical intelligence, contributing not merely to the transmission of ancient philosophy, but to its development and application in ways that anticipated later Renaissance philosophical debates. The most remarkable Byzantine intellectual figure is perhaps Michael Psellos, the 11th century polymath who was simultaneously a philosopher, a historian, a rhetorician, a poet, a theologian, and a court official, whose works range from a systematic philosophical encyclopedia to a bitingly personal history of the emperors of his own lifetime to a treatise on the properties of demons. Psellos's combination of intellectual range, stylistic elegance, and psychological penetration makes him one of the most fascinating figures in Byzantine intellectual history. The intellectual tradition of the Palaeologan period was in some ways the most sophisticated of the entire Byzantine period, engaging with a breadth of ancient, Byzantine, and Western European philosophical, scientific, and literary traditions that was unprecedented. The scholars of the final period were genuinely cosmopolitan intellectuals whose engagement with the full range of available human knowledge makes them recognizable precursors of the Renaissance humanists who so admired and imitated them. Fact 79, the Byzantine liturgy, Heaven on Earth. The Orthodox Divine Liturgy, the central act of Byzantine Christian worship, the Eucharistic service in which the faithful participated in the body and blood of Christ, was not merely a religious ceremony, but a total work of art. A synthesis of music, architecture, movement, light, color, incense, and language that engaged every human sense in the service of a theological vision of the relationship between heaven and earth, that was the most profound and most characteristic expression of Byzantine civilization's fundamental convictions about what reality is and what human beings are for. The Divine Liturgy, as celebrated in Byzantine Constantinople, was one of the most elaborate and most carefully constructed ritual performances in the history of religion. A service lasting several hours, in which every element was coordinated to produce a cumulative effect of growing intensity and spiritual transport that culminated in the Eucharistic consecration and communion. The Rus ambassadors who attended the liturgy in the Hagia Sophia and reported to their prince that they could not tell whether they were in heaven or on earth were describing an experience that the liturgy's designers had deliberately aimed to produce. The liturgical music that accompanied the Byzantine divine service, the chanted hymns, psalms, and responses that filled the vast interior of the great churches with sound, was one of the most important dimensions of the liturgical experience. The great hymnographers of the Byzantine tradition, Romanos the melodist, Andrew of Crete, John of Damascus, created texts that combined theological precision with poetic beauty in ways that are still capable of moving the worshipper who encounters them, and the chant melodies created a sonic environment of considerable emotional power. The connection between the liturgy and the specific architectural spaces for which it was designed, above all the great domed churches whose acoustics amplified and transformed the chanted texts, and whose visual programs created a surrounding of sacred imagery, was one of the most complete integrations of architecture, art, and ritual in the history of human culture. To attend the Byzantine liturgy in the Hagia Sophia was to experience a civilization's deepest understanding of what it meant to be human. The great domed churches were not passive containers for the liturgy but active participants in it, their scale producing awe appropriate to the divine presence, their acoustic properties transforming the chanted texts, and their mosaic surfaces surrounding the worshipper with the faces of Christ and the saints. Fact 80, the end and the beginning, what Byzantium means now. 11 centuries, 80 facts. A civilization that refused to call itself anything but Roman, that preserved the works of Plato and Homer through the darkest centuries of the medieval world, that sent missionaries to Russia and Bulgaria and Serbia, and created the Orthodox Christianity still practiced by 200 million people. that built the Hagia Sophia and wrote the Corpus Juris Civilis and invented Greek fire and the pendentive dome and the icon as a theological concept and the liturgy as a total work of art. And that kept fighting on its diminished walls until the very end, with the last emperor dying where he had always been. On the walls of the city that Constantine had built, that Justinian had adorned, that Basil II had defended, and that Constantine XI would not leave. The question of what Byzantium means now is not merely historical. It is a living question in the politics and culture of the contemporary world. Russia's claim to be the heir of Byzantine civilization, asserted in everything from the double-headed eagle of the Russian state to the theological legitimation of the Russian Orthodox Church's role in Russian national life, continues to shape Russian political culture and Russian foreign policy in ways that affect everyone. The Greek national consciousness, shaped by the memory of Byzantium and the dream of recovering Constantinople, has influenced Greek political decisions from the megally idea of the 19th century to the complex politics of the present. And at the level of universal human civilization, Byzantium matters because it was the Great Bridge, the institution that carried the intellectual, artistic, and institutional achievements of the ancient world across the dangerous passage of the medieval period and deposited them, intact and still vital, in the lap of the Renaissance scholars who made them the foundation of modern Western humanist education and of the modern scientific tradition that grew from it. The tree that grew from Byzantium still spreads its branches across the world. Its roots are in Constantinople, on the 7 hills above the Bosphorus, in the city that Constantine dedicated to God and to eternity on the 11th day of May in the year 330 CE. The city is still there. The tree is still growing. Think of it this way: every time a lawyer cites a principle derived from Roman law, every time an Orthodox Christian lights a candle before an icon, every time a student reads Plato in a translation traced back through manuscripts copied in Byzantine monasteries, Byzantium is present, not as memory, but as living inheritance. 80 facts behind you. In this part, we examine the coins that carried Byzantine theology in every merchant's pocket, the saints' lives that recorded the voices of ordinary people, the Italian merchants who took the empire's trade, and the city of Constantinople itself, a city that has died and been reborn so many times that it no longer knows how to die. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81. The Byzantine coins, money as message. The coins of the Byzantine Empire, the gold nomisma, the silver miliresian, the copper follis, and the dozens of denominations that circulated through the empire's economy over 11 centuries, were not merely economic instruments, but carefully designed objects of political communication, the most widely distributed and most universally encountered medium through which the Byzantine state projected its ideology, its theology, and its claim to imperial authority to every corner of its territory and far beyond. Every Byzantine coin was a statement about the nature of the Byzantine state, the identity of the emperor who issued it, and the theological framework within which Byzantine political life was conducted. The obverse of the Byzantine gold nomisma typically showed the facing bust of Christ in majesty, the image of the ruler of the universe, while the reverse showed the facing bust of the emperor who had issued it, creating in the relationship between the two images a concise visual statement of the Byzantine political theology. The emperor reigning by the grace and under the authority of Christ, the human ruler deriving his legitimacy from the divine ruler, whose image he paired with his own. This arrangement, introduced in its mature form by Justinian II in 692 CE, and maintained with variations for centuries thereafter, made the Byzantine gold coin a theological statement as well as an economic instrument. The coin images also served as portraits of the emperor, the only portraits of the ruler that most subjects would ever see, and as such they were carefully controlled expressions of imperial ideology. The imperial regalia depicted on the coins, the crown, the laurels, the scepter, the globus cruciger, were the visual vocabulary of Byzantine imperial imagery, and their consistent reproduction on the coinage gave them a stability and a recognizability that reinforced the idea of the imperial office as a permanent and sacred institution that transcended the individual who held it. The Byzantine coinage system was one of the most stable in the history of money. The gold nomisma maintained its gold content and its essential design characteristics for approximately 700 years, from Constantine I to the debasement of Michael IV in the 1040s CE, and this stability was not accidental, but was a deliberate expression of the Byzantine state's commitment to monetary reliability as a foundation of commercial trust. Fact 82. The Byzantine saints' lives, a window into the world. The hagiographic literature of the Byzantine Empire, the vast corpus of texts describing the lives, miracles, and deaths of the saints who were the most admired figures in Byzantine civilization, is one of the richest and most revealing bodies of literary evidence available to historians of the Byzantine world, offering perspectives on Byzantine social life, popular religion, medical practice, economic conditions, and daily experience that no other genre of Byzantine literature provides in comparable depth or breadth. Byzantine hagiography is not merely religious propaganda, but a genuinely documentary literature whose authors observed and recorded the world around them with an attention to concrete detail that makes their texts invaluable sources for the historian. The lives of the saints typically followed a recognizable narrative pattern derived from the foundational hagiographic texts of the early Christian period, the life of Antony by Athanasius of Alexandria and the lives of other desert fathers. But within this pattern, they contained an enormous diversity of historical, geographical, and social information. The settings of the saints' miracles, the cities, villages, markets, harbors, hospitals, and churches where the holy man or woman healed the sick, exorcised the possessed, or multiplied the grain, are described with a concreteness that allows historians to reconstruct aspects of Byzantine local life that no administrative document records. The social world of Byzantine hagiography is remarkably diverse. Saints' lives describe the experience of soldiers, merchants, farmers, craftsmen, servants, and slaves, as well as the emperors, bishops, and aristocrats who dominate the political and administrative records. They describe the texture of Byzantine urban life, the markets, the baths, the taverns, the churches, the streets, with an immediacy that the formal historical sources lack. They record the voices of ordinary people speaking to holy men and women about their hopes, their fears, their illnesses, and their sins in terms that allow us to hear something of Byzantine popular religious life as it was actually experienced. The medical information embedded in Byzantine hagiographic literature, the descriptions of symptoms, treatments, and miraculous cures that fill the miracle collections of the great Byzantine healing saints, is a significant source for the history of Byzantine medicine and popular health culture, supplementing the formal medical treatises with evidence for how illness was understood and managed at the level of ordinary practice. Fact 83. The Byzantine Empire's relationship with the papacy, two Romes. The relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the papacy, the Bishop of Rome who had claimed since the early centuries of Christianity a special authority over the universal church, was one of the most complex, most contentious, and most consequential relationships in the history of medieval Christianity, a centuries-long negotiation over questions of ecclesiastical authority, theological legitimacy, and political sovereignty that ultimately produced the Great Schism of 1054 CE and permanently divided the Christian world into Catholic and Orthodox halves. The Byzantine-papal relationship was not simply a conflict between equals, but a dispute over fundamentally different visions of how the universal Christian church should be organized and who should govern it. The Byzantine theological position on the papacy was not one of simple opposition, but of nuanced disagreement. Byzantine theologians and ecclesiastics recognized the historical importance of Rome as the ancient capital of the empire and the traditional significance of the Roman Church as one of the five great patriarchates of the ancient Christian world. What they rejected was the specifically Roman claim to universal jurisdiction, the assertion that the Bishop of Rome had the right to govern the entire Christian Church, to make binding theological decisions without the consent of the other patriarchates, and to intervene in the affairs of any local church anywhere in the world. The political dimension of the Byzantine-papal relationship was equally complex. Byzantine emperors used their relationship with the papacy as a diplomatic instrument, offering theological concessions as the price of military assistance and withdrawing those concessions when the promised assistance failed to materialize. The Union Councils at Lyon and Florence were the most dramatic expressions of this dynamic. Byzantine emperors, accepting theological positions they knew their own people would reject in exchange for Western military aid that never came in sufficient force to make a difference. The legacy of the Byzantine-papal conflict is the divided Christian world that it produced, a world in which the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches have maintained their separation for nearly 1,000 years, in which the theological, cultural, and political differences that the separation has generated have shaped the histories of entire civilizations, and in which the formal reconciliation that several popes and Orthodox patriarchs have attempted in recent decades has not yet achieved the restoration of full communion. Fact 84. The Byzantine calendar of saints, the heaven of names. The sanctuary calendar of the Byzantine Orthodox Church, the annual cycle of commemorations of saints, martyrs, confessors, and holy men and women that accompanies the liturgical year and fills every day of the calendar year with the memory of individuals who have been recognized as having lived and died in a manner that demonstrated the reality of Christian faith, is one of the most extraordinary expressions of Byzantine civilization's understanding of history, of community, and of the relationship between the living and the dead. The Byzantine calendar of saints is a heaven of names, a continuously expanding roster of human beings who are held to be currently alive in God's presence and accessible to the prayers and petitions of their fellow human beings still living in the world. The creation of this calendar was a gradual process that unfolded over the entire Byzantine period, beginning with the veneration of the early Christian martyrs, the men and women who had died for their faith in the Roman persecutions of the first 3 centuries CE, and expanding over centuries to include the great theologians, the monastic saints, the missionary bishops, the pious emperors and empresses, and eventually figures from every region and every social stratum of the Byzantine and post-Byzantine Orthodox world. The process of formal canonization, the official recognition by the Church of an individual's sanctity, became more systematic over time, but the underlying impulse was always the same: the belief that extraordinary holiness in this life produces a continuing presence in the life of the world to come. The calendar of saints also served as a comprehensive biographical and cultural record of Byzantine civilization, a who's who of Byzantine Christianity that recorded the names, the origins, and the spiritual achievements of thousands of individuals from every century of the Byzantine period. The martyrologies and synaxaria, the liturgical books that recorded the brief biographies associated with each saint's day, were among the most widely copied and most widely read texts in the Byzantine world, giving ordinary Byzantines access to a vast library of exemplary lives. The saints of the Byzantine calendar are still commemorated daily in Orthodox churches around the world, their names spoken in the litanies of the Divine Liturgy, their icons displayed on the iconostases of churches from Athens to Alaska, their intercession invoked by millions of people who have inherited, through the living tradition of Orthodox Christianity, the devotional culture that Byzantium created. Fact 85. The Byzantine economy in the Komnenian period, the Italian problem. The reign of the Komnenian dynasty, the period of Byzantine recovery and relative prosperity between 1081 and 1185 CE, was also the period during which the seeds of the empire's long-term economic decline were planted in the form of the commercial concessions granted to the Italian maritime city-states of Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, whose trading privileges within the Byzantine Empire gradually transformed the empire from a commercially self-sufficient state into one whose most profitable commercial activity was controlled by foreign merchants, operating under terms that gave the Byzantine treasury nothing. The process began with the crucible, the Golden Bull, the most solemn form of imperial document that Alexios I Komnenos granted to Venice in 1082 CE, in exchange for the naval assistance that Venice had provided in the Norman invasion crisis. The privileges granted were extraordinary. Venetian merchants were given the right to trade throughout the Byzantine Empire free of customs duties, to maintain their own quarter in Constantinople with their own church, baths, and warehouses, and to enjoy commercial rights in the empire's ports that were more favorable than those enjoyed by Byzantine merchants themselves. The consequences of this concession accumulated over decades. The Byzantine customs revenues that had previously been one of the most reliable sources of imperial income were reduced as more and more commercial activity shifted to the Italian merchants who were exempt from paying them. Byzantine merchants found themselves competing against Italian rivals who paid no customs duties and could therefore undercut them on price in their own home market. The concentration of commercial capital in Italian hands progressively shifted the economic center of gravity of Byzantine commerce from Constantinople and the Byzantine merchant class to the Italian trading communities. The anger that these commercial privileges generated within Constantinople, visible in the massacre of the Latin merchants by the Constantinople mob in 1182 CE, reflected the genuine economic resentment of a population that could see its commercial livelihood being transferred to foreign hands by imperial decrees it had no power to challenge. The Byzantine state had sold its economic sovereignty for temporary military assistance, and the debt came due over generations. The Crucible of 1082 CE is sometimes called the most expensive document in Byzantine history, not for its gold seal, but for the commercial sovereignty it surrendered. The revenues lost were never recovered. Fact 86. The Byzantine heritage in modern Greece, a contested legacy. The relationship between the modern Greek state, founded in the 1820s in the struggle against Ottoman rule, and the Byzantine Empire that had governed the Greek-speaking Christian population of the Eastern Mediterranean for over 1,000 years, is one of the most complex and most politically charged questions in modern Greek cultural and political life. A relationship that has been interpreted in radically different ways by different intellectual and political traditions within modern Greece, and that continues to be a significant element of the ongoing Greek conversation about national identity, historical continuity, and the meaning of being Greek in the modern world. The Western European Enlightenment tradition that influenced the intellectual founders of modern Greek nationalism was profoundly ambivalent about Byzantium. The great scholars who shaped the early modern understanding of Greek history, above all the historian Edward Gibbon, whose Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire treated Byzantine civilization as a long twilight of intellectual stagnation and political despotism, created an image of Byzantium that was deeply negative. Greek nationalists shaped by this tradition were inclined to construct their national identity by reference to ancient Greece rather than to Byzantium, skipping over the medieval Christian period that separated them from the Parthenon. But the Greek Orthodox Church, the institution that had maintained Greek cultural and religious identity through the long centuries of Ottoman rule, was a Byzantine institution through and through, and the Greek-speaking Christian population that it had sustained was a Byzantine population in everything but name. The religious culture, the liturgical language, the artistic traditions, the theological convictions, the sense of historical identity, all of these were Byzantine inheritances that the Church had preserved and transmitted across the centuries of Ottoman rule. The tension between these two approaches to the Byzantine heritage, the secular nationalist tradition that emphasized ancient Greece and the religious tradition that emphasized Byzantium, has characterized modern Greek intellectual and political life from the 19th century to the present, and its resolution remains incomplete. Contemporary Greek culture draws simultaneously and sometimes uncomfortably on both traditions, ancient Athens and medieval Constantinople, the philosopher and the saint, the Parthenon and the Hagia Sophia. Fact 87, the Byzantine legacy in Orthodox Christian worship, still alive. The most direct and most immediately accessible legacy of the Byzantine Empire in the contemporary world is not in the museums or the law courts or the history books, but in the Orthodox Christian churches where, every Sunday and every feast day, millions of people around the world participate in a form of worship whose fundamental structure, whose music, whose theological language, and whose visual environment were created by the Byzantine civilization that produced them and have been transmitted, with remarkable fidelity to the original, across the 15 centuries and the vast geographical distances that separate the contemporary Orthodox world from its Byzantine origins. The Orthodox Divine Liturgy celebrated in churches in Moscow, in Athens, in Cairo, in Addis Ababa, in Chicago, and in 1,000 other locations around the world is recognizably the same liturgy that was celebrated in Constantinople and throughout the Byzantine Empire, recognizable not merely in its general outline, but in the specific texts that are chanted, in the specific order in which the liturgical acts follow one another, in the specific theological vocabulary in which the prayers address God and articulate the human condition, and in the specific spatial environment of the iconostasis that structures the relationship between the clergy and the people in the act of worship. The icons that hang on the walls and stand on the iconostases of Orthodox churches are produced in a tradition of workshop practice, iconographic convention, and theological understanding that descends directly from the Byzantine period. The specific poses, the specific colors, the specific compositional arrangements, Christ Pantocrator on the dome, the Theotokos in the apse, the saints on the walls are Byzantine inventions that have been maintained across 15 centuries because the theological understanding that generated them has not changed. The theological language in which Orthodox Christians speak about God, about human nature, about the relationship between the created and the uncreated, about the meaning of worship and the purpose of human life, is Byzantine theological language, the vocabulary forged in the great controversies of the Byzantine period and transmitted through the continuous life of the Orthodox Church to the present day. In this sense, the Byzantine Empire has never ended. It simply changed its form from a political empire into a worshipping community. Fact 88, the Byzantine exiles, scattered seeds of civilization. The exile communities of the Byzantine world, the groups of Byzantine scholars, artists, clerics, merchants, and noble families who were driven from Constantinople and other Byzantine centers by the Latin occupation of 1204 CE, by the Ottoman advance during the 14th and 15th centuries, and by the fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE, were among the most consequential diaspora communities in the history of medieval civilization. Scattered across the Mediterranean world from Italy to Russia and from Cyprus to Trebizond, carrying with them the manuscripts, the skills, the cultural traditions, and the intellectual habits of the civilization they had left behind and transmitting them to the societies that received them. The most immediately consequential Byzantine exile community was the group of scholars who settled in Italy, primarily in Venice, Florence, Rome, and Naples, in the decades before and after the fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE. These scholars brought with them not only manuscripts of ancient Greek texts, but the living ability to read those texts, the philological training. The familiarity with the ancient literary and philosophical traditions, and the teaching ability that allowed them to transmit their knowledge to the Italian humanists who were desperately eager to acquire competence in the Greek language and direct access to the ancient texts. The teaching of Manuel Chrysoloras in Florence in the 1390s, and the broader migration of Byzantine scholars after 1453 CE, sparked the Italian Renaissance's engagement with Greek antiquity that changed the intellectual history of the world. The Byzantine exile communities in Greece itself, on the islands under Venetian control, in the Mora, in Trebizond, maintained Byzantine cultural life under non-Byzantine political authority in ways that preserved significant elements of Byzantine civilization while adapting them to new political circumstances. The Cretan school of art, the tradition of post-Byzantine icon painting that flourished in Venetian Crete and produced El Greco, is the most internationally celebrated product of these exile communities. The Byzantine scholarly and aristocratic families who settled in Russia, including members of the Palaiologos dynasty itself, contributed to the construction of the Russian cultural and political claim to be the heir of Byzantium, bringing with them Byzantine architectural knowledge, iconographic traditions, and court ceremonial practices that shaped the development of Muscovite court culture. Fact 89: the Byzantine Empire and the modern world, unexpected connections. The connections between the Byzantine Empire and the modern world are more numerous, more specific, and more surprising than most people realize. Traces of Byzantine civilization embedded in the legal, religious, cultural, and linguistic fabric of the contemporary world that are visible to those who know how to look for them, but that are often overlooked because the Byzantine Empire occupies such a marginal position in the standard narratives of Western history. The medieval empire that Western historians have traditionally characterized as stagnant, fanatical, and culturally unproductive turns out, on closer examination, to have made a greater contribution to the world we actually inhabit than many more celebrated civilizations. The most pervasive Byzantine legacy in the modern world is in the legal systems of countries that follow the civil law tradition: France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and the dozens of countries whose legal systems were modeled on these European states. The Roman law that underlies these systems was preserved, codified, and transmitted by the Byzantine Empire through the Corpus Juris Civilis of Justinian, and without Byzantine institutional continuity, the legal manuscripts that gave medieval Bolognates access to the Roman legal tradition might never have survived. Every civil law jurisdiction in the world is a partial heir of Byzantine legal scholarship. The second most pervasive Byzantine legacy is in the Orthodox Christian churches of the world. Not only the Eastern Orthodox churches of Russia, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, Georgia, and the Near East, but also the Eastern Catholic churches that maintain Byzantine liturgical traditions while accepting papal authority. The combined membership of the Byzantine tradition Christian churches is approximately 300 million people, all of them inheritors of a religious culture whose fundamental features were created in the Byzantine Empire. The third Byzantine legacy is the most surprising: the Greek language that Byzantium kept alive for 11 centuries, that its scholars carried westward in the 15th century, and that became, through the medium of the Renaissance humanism that Greek-speaking Byzantine exiles helped to ignite, the universal language of scientific nomenclature. Every biological species name, every chemical element name, every medical term derived from Greek roots is an echo of the Byzantine civilization that preserved the Greek language through the centuries when it might otherwise have died. Fact 90: the 9 lives of Constantinople, a city that refused to die. The city of Constantinople, founded by Constantine I in 330 CE, sacked by the Fourth Crusade in 1204 CE, restored to Byzantine rule in 1261 CE, conquered by the Ottomans in 1453 CE, and continuously inhabited from its foundation to the present day under the name Istanbul, has had more lives, endured more transformations, and accumulated more layers of civilization than almost any other city on Earth. Understanding Constantinople's history is understanding not just the Byzantine Empire, but the entire sweep of Mediterranean and Near Eastern civilization over 17 centuries, from the world of late antiquity to the world of the present. The city that Constantine built was a Roman city, laid out on a grid, equipped with the standard Roman urban amenities of forum, hippodrome, and public baths, and decorated with the accumulated artistic wealth of the Roman world. The city that Justinian adorned was a Christian city, its skyline transformed by the dome of the Hagia Sophia, its streets lined with the churches and monasteries of an intensely religious civilization. The city that the Crusaders sacked in 1204 CE was still recognizably the most magnificent city in the Christian world, its buildings intact, its population still numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The city that the Ottomans inherited in 1453 CE was a shadow of its former self, its population reduced, its buildings decaying, its walls crumbling, but it was still Constantinople, still identifiable as the city that Constantine had dedicated to God and to eternity. Maimed II's transformation of it into a vibrant Ottoman capital, repopulating it with settlers from across the empire, converting its Byzantine monuments to Ottoman uses, building his own mosque complexes and palace, was a continuation of the city's extraordinary capacity to reinvent itself while maintaining its fundamental identity as the city at the junction of two continents and two seas. The city that exists today as Istanbul, the largest city in Europe by population, a metropolis of 15 million people, the economic and cultural capital of modern Turkey, still bears in its streets and its monuments the accumulated layers of its Byzantine, Ottoman, and modern history, still stands at the same strategically commanding site that Constantine chose for his capital in 330 CE, and still looks out over the same waters, the Bosphorus. The Sea of Marmara, the Golden Horn, that have defined its identity for 17 centuries. 90 facts behind you. This is the last night of Byzantium, the Silk Roads, the women who wrote history, Byzantine humor, the empire's gift to medicine, and the long view from 11 centuries. And then fact 100, the dream that did not end in 1453. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91, the Byzantine Silk Road legacy, textiles that crossed the world. The Byzantine Empire's control of the western terminus of the Silk Road, its position as the primary intermediary between the luxury goods of China and Central Asia and the wealthy markets of the Mediterranean and Western Europe, was one of the most economically significant aspects of Byzantine civilization, generating revenues, diplomatic relationships, and cultural exchanges that shaped Byzantine society over centuries. The silk trade that moved through Byzantine Constantinople was not merely a commercial activity, but a cultural phenomenon, carrying along the same routes that transporting silk westward the aesthetic influences, the technological knowledge, and the religious and philosophical ideas that enriched both the civilizations it connected. The Byzantine state's relationship with the silk trade was simultaneously commercial and regulatory. The empire sought to maintain its position as the essential intermediary in the trade, while controlling the quality and quantity of luxury goods available in its markets and extracting customs revenues from the flow of goods through its territory. The state silk workshops that produced luxury Byzantine fabrics were one instrument of this control. The commercial treaties that governed the access of foreign merchants to Byzantine markets were another, and the diplomatic relationships that Byzantine emperors maintained with the rulers of the silk-producing regions of Central Asia and China were a third. The Chinese porcelain, the Central Asian metalwork, the Indian ivory and spices, the Caucasian silver, all of these flowed through Byzantine commercial networks, leaving traces in the material culture of the empire and its neighbors that archaeologists and art historians have traced across the Eurasian continent. The Byzantine appetite for Chinese silk before the introduction of domestic silk production, for Indian pepper and spices in Byzantine cuisine, for the lapis lazuli that gave Byzantine mosaics their distinctive deep blue, all reflect the empire's deep integration into the Eurasian luxury goods network. The disruption of the Silk Road trade routes, by the Sassanid Persian control of the land routes through Iran, by the Arab conquests that redirected the overland trade through Islamic territory, and ultimately by the Ottoman control of the Western Termini after 1453 CE, was a significant factor in Byzantine economic decline, contributing to the empire's commercial vulnerability and motivating the European maritime exploration that found alternative sea routes to the luxury goods the old land routes had carried. Fact 92, Byzantine humor, the empire that laughed. The Byzantine Empire, often imagined by those who have encountered it primarily through its official theological and political literature, as a civilization of unrelieved solemnity, dedicated entirely to the earnest discussion of the nature of God, the authority of the emperor, and the proper conduct of the liturgy, was in fact a civilization with a well-developed sense of humor, a tradition of satirical and comic literature, and a talent for the kind of sharp-tongued wit that deflates pretension and punctures self-importance in ways that are immediately recognizable across the centuries. Byzantine humor is one of the most underappreciated aspects of Byzantine culture, and encountering it is one of the most pleasant surprises that awaits the reader who ventures beyond the official texts. The satirical tradition of Byzantine literature produced, among its more remarkable achievements, a 12th century dialogue set in the underworld, the Temarian, in which a Byzantine traveler undergoes a sort of comic near-death experience, descending to Hades, where he encounters the ghosts of historical Byzantine emperors and intellectual figures in a satirical dialogue that lampoons the pretensions of the living as well as the famous dead with considerable wit. The work is a reminder that Byzantines were capable of mocking their own most revered institutions and figures with a freedom that official literature would never permit. The wit of the Byzantine historians, above all the bitingly ironic passages of Michael Sellos's Chronographia, in which the Emperor Constantine I monomachus' dissolute court life is described with a barely concealed enjoyment of its absurdity, demonstrates that even the most learned and most officially serious Byzantine writers were not above the pleasures of the well-aimed comic observation. The Byzantine legal literature, the letters, and the miscellaneous writings of Byzantine scholars contain numerous examples of wordplay, satirical epigrams, and comic anecdotes that reveal a cultural life far richer and more varied than the theological treatises alone would suggest. Popular Byzantine humor, the jokes, the tall tales, the comic stories that circulated in oral tradition and occasionally found their way into written sources, is harder to recover than the literary humor of the educated class, but it is clearly present in the comic saints' lives, the satirical poems, and the popular festival culture that Byzantine sources occasionally allow us to glimpse. Fact 93. The Byzantine aristocratic women who wrote Anna Komnene and her successors. The presence of women writers in Byzantine literature, women who not merely served as the subjects of hagiographic texts or the dedicatees of literary works but who wrote themselves, who produced historical, theological, and literary texts under their own names and on their own authority, is one of the most striking and most underappreciated aspects of Byzantine literary culture. The Byzantine tradition of aristocratic women's education, combined with the access to libraries, leisure, and patronage that high social position provided, created the conditions in which a small but remarkable number of women produced works of genuine literary and intellectual distinction. The most celebrated Byzantine woman writer was Anna Komnene, the daughter of the Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, born in the Purple in 1083 CE, who after the failure of a plot to secure the succession for herself and her husband, was confined to a monastery, where she spent the rest of her long life engaged in scholarly activity. In the monastery she wrote the Alexiad, the biography of her father, and a history of his reign that has already been discussed in this series. But she also studied philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine, and hosted a learned circle of scholars who gathered around her in the monastery and engaged in the kind of philosophical and theological discussion that she had been denied in the imperial court. The letters, poems, and treatises of other Byzantine aristocratic women, figures like Cassiane, the 9th century nun whose hymns are still sung in Orthodox Holy Week liturgies, and whose sharp tongue reportedly caused the Emperor Theophilos to withdraw his offer of marriage. Or Theodora Rhea Eulena, the 13th century aristocratic woman whose theological education and literary production was celebrated by her contemporaries, demonstrate that Anna Komnene was not an isolated phenomenon, but the most celebrated representative of a broader tradition of Byzantine women's intellectual life. The figure of the educated Byzantine aristocratic woman, reading classical texts, studying philosophy, writing literary works, corresponding with learned men and women across the empire, is a corrective to any simple notion of Byzantine women as confined to the domestic sphere and excluded from intellectual life, demonstrating instead a more varied and more interesting social reality in which the constraints of Byzantine gender ideology coexisted with significant opportunities for intellectual achievement. Fact 94. The Byzantine impact on Western medieval art, the teacher and the pupil. The influence of Byzantine art on the development of Western medieval art, the impact of Byzantine iconographic conventions, stylistic approaches, technical methods, and theological aesthetic principles on the artistic traditions of Western Europe from the 6th through the 15th centuries, was one of the most consequential artistic relationships in the history of Western culture, a sustained influence that shaped the development of medieval Western painting, mosaic, ivory carving. manuscript illumination, and ecclesiastical architecture in ways that are still visible in the great works of the Western medieval tradition, and that created a foundation for the subsequent development of the Italian Renaissance. The earliest and most direct channel of Byzantine artistic influence on the West was the Byzantine-controlled territories of Italy, Ravenna, Rome, Sicily, and the Venetian Republic, where Byzantine mosaic artists, Byzantine-trained local craftsmen, and Byzantine artistic commissions created a body of monumental art that introduced Byzantine iconographic types, Byzantine compositional conventions, and Byzantine theological aesthetic principles to the Latin West. The mosaics of Ravenna, the most spectacular surviving examples of Byzantine art on Western soil, created in the 5th and 6th centuries CE under Byzantine patronage, were among the most admired and most imitated works of art in medieval Europe. The Byzantine influence on the development of Gothic sculpture and painting in the 13th and 14th centuries, the period that art historians call the Maniera Greca, the Greek manner, was the most significant Byzantine artistic impact on Western art since the Ravenna mosaics. The elongated figures, the gold backgrounds, the hieratic frontal poses, and the spiritual intensity of Byzantine icons were absorbed by Italian painters of the Duecento and Trecento in ways that shaped the development of the Italian painting tradition toward the naturalism that would eventually characterize the Renaissance. The specific case of El Greco, the Cretan-born painter who trained in the Byzantine icon tradition of post-Byzantine Crete before moving to Venice, then to Toledo in Spain, where he developed the extraordinary elongated, light-saturated style that makes him one of the most recognizable of all European painters, is the most vivid individual demonstration of the Byzantine artistic tradition's continuing creative vitality in the early modern period and its direct contribution to the development of European painting. Fact 95. The Byzantine Empire's contribution to medicine, healing the ancient world. The medical tradition of the Byzantine Empire, the body of medical knowledge, practice, and institutional organization that the empire inherited from the ancient Greek medical tradition, maintained and developed through its long history, and eventually transmitted to both the Islamic world and the Latin West, was one of the most significant contributions of Byzantine civilization to human welfare, a tradition that kept alive the systematic empirical approach to human illness that the ancient Greek physicians had pioneered, and that provided the foundation for the development of modern Western medicine. The Byzantine medical tradition descended directly from Hippocrates of Kos, whose clinical observations and theoretical framework provided the foundation of ancient medicine, and from Galen of Pergamon, whose comprehensive theoretical system, based on the theory of the four humours, dominated medical theory in both the Byzantine and the Islamic worlds throughout the medieval period. Byzantine physicians maintained the Galenic system, added their own clinical observations, and produced a series of comprehensive medical encyclopedias that synthesized the accumulated knowledge of the ancient tradition in forms accessible to practicing physicians. The most important Byzantine medical encyclopedist was Paul of Aegina, the 7th century physician whose 7-volume medical compilation synthesized the entire ancient Greek and early Byzantine medical tradition, providing comprehensive coverage of internal medicine, surgery, pharmacology, gynecology, and toxicology. Paul's work was translated into Arabic by the great translator Hunayn ibn Ishaq in the 9th century CE, making it one of the primary sources through which ancient Greek medicine entered the Islamic medical tradition, where it shaped the work of the great Arabic physicians Al-Razi and Ibn Sina. The Byzantine hospital system was the institutional expression of Byzantine medicine's commitment to the actual care of sick people, rather than merely the theoretical understanding of disease. The Zenons of Constantinople and the other major Byzantine cities were genuine medical institutions that combined the Galenic theoretical tradition with the practical clinical experience accumulated over centuries of caring for the sick, creating a model of hospital organization that influenced the development of hospital medicine in both the Islamic world and the Latin West. Fact 96. The Byzantine aristocracy's cultural role, patrons of civilization. The great Byzantine aristocratic families, the Komnenoi, the Doukai, the Paleologoi, the Cantacuzenoi, and a dozen other lineages whose names recur through centuries of Byzantine history, were not merely political actors competing for power and prestige in the imperial court, but active cultural patrons whose financial resources, their social authority, and their personal intellectual interests supported the production of some of the most significant works of Byzantine art, literature, scholarship, and religious architecture. The patronage of the Byzantine aristocracy was the primary mechanism through which the empire's cultural life was financed and organized, and understanding it is essential to understanding how Byzantine civilization actually produced the works that have survived. The most visible expression of Byzantine aristocratic cultural patronage was the foundation and endowment of monasteries, the great religious establishments that were simultaneously houses of prayer, centers of scholarship, providers of social welfare, and the primary artistic workshops of the Byzantine world. Every major Byzantine aristocratic family founded and endowed at least one monastery, typically in a ceremony that combined religious devotion with a practical concern for the posthumous commemoration of the family's members, and the monasteries they founded were endowed with the land, buildings, and liturgical objects needed to sustain their operations in perpetuity. The personal libraries of Byzantine aristocrats were another instrument of cultural patronage, collections of manuscripts that were assembled with genuine scholarly purpose, maintained and augmented over generations, and made available to the scholars who gathered around their owners in the informal scholarly circles that characterized Byzantine intellectual life. The dispersal of these libraries, through the sacks of 1204 CE and 1453 CE, through the financial distress of later Paleologan families, through the westward migration of Byzantine scholars, was one of the principal mechanisms through which Byzantine manuscripts entered the libraries of the Italian Renaissance. The individual patronage of specific artistic, literary, and scholarly works, the commissioning of illuminated manuscripts, the dedication of learned treatises, the financial support of scholars and poets, was practiced at every level of the Byzantine aristocracy, from the greatest magnates who could afford to maintain permanent scholarly households to the lesser nobles whose patronage supported individual works of modest ambition. Fact 97. The Byzantine Empire's long view of time, 11 centuries in perspective. 11 centuries. The Byzantine Empire lasted from the dedication of Constantinople on May 11, 330 CE, though historians conventionally begin it somewhat later, with the formal division of the Roman Empire in 395 CE, or the fall of the Western Empire in 476 CE, to the fall of that same city on May 29, 1453 CE. A span of time so long that it exceeds the total elapsed time from the fall of Constantinople to the present day. The Roman Empire, which Byzantium was and claimed to be, lasted in one form or another from approximately 27 BCE to 1453 CE, a continuous political and institutional tradition of approximately 1,480 years that is the longest-lived state in the history of Western civilization. To put the Byzantine period in perspective, the distance in time between the fall of Constantinople in 1453 CE and the present is approximately 572 years. The Byzantine Empire, counted from the fall of the Western Empire in 476 CE to 1453 CE, lasted approximately 977 years. This means that the Byzantine Empire lasted roughly as long as the elapsed time from its fall to our own day, but with far greater institutional continuity. The same imperial institution, making the same claims to Roman sovereignty, conducting the same liturgy in the same city, continued from the age of Justinian through the age of the Crusades to the age of the Ottoman advance, adapting to each new challenge while maintaining its essential identity. The key to understanding Byzantine longevity is institutional resilience, the capacity of Byzantine institutions, above all the church, the law, and the administrative system, to maintain their essential functions even through the most severe political and military crises. The Justinianic plague, the Arab conquests, the Fourth Crusade, the Black Death, each of these catastrophes would have destroyed a less institutionally robust civilization. The Byzantines survived them all, not because of any single emperor or any single military victory, but because the institutions they had inherited from Rome and modified through Christian civilization were strong enough to absorb catastrophic shocks and continue. The Byzantine endurance is, in the end, the most Byzantine of all Byzantine achievements, more remarkable than the Hagia Sophia, more consequential than the Corpus Juris Civilis, more moving than the icons. It is the story of human beings who inherited a civilization and refused, for 11 centuries, to let it die. Fact 98. The Byzantine question: what kind of civilization was it? The question of what kind of civilization the Byzantine Empire was, whether it was genuinely Roman or genuinely Greek, whether it was primarily religious or primarily political, whether it was a continuation of antiquity or a medieval civilization in its own right, whether it was conservative and static or creative and dynamic, is one of the most interesting and most contested questions in the historiography of the pre-modern world. And the answers that different historians have given to it reflect as much about the values and preoccupations of the historical traditions from which those historians came as about the nature of Byzantine civilization itself. The image of Byzantium as a stagnant, spiritually obsessed, politically despotic civilization, the image propagated by Gibbon and his successors in the Western historical tradition, was shaped by the values of the Enlightenment that celebrated reason, political liberty, and classical antiquity, and found in Byzantine civilization's commitment to Christian orthodoxy, imperial authority, and theological controversy, a mirror image of everything it opposed. This image is a distortion, but it is a historically significant distortion that shaped Western attitudes toward Byzantium for centuries and has left traces even in contemporary popular culture. The revisionist image of Byzantium as a sophisticated, creative, and institutionally innovative civilization, the image that has emerged from the Byzantine scholarship of the 20th and 21st centuries, is more accurate but also more complex, requiring the reader to hold simultaneously the realities of Byzantine religious creativity and Byzantine theological intolerance, of Byzantine artistic brilliance and Byzantine political despotism, of Byzantine institutional resilience and Byzantine economic vulnerability, without reducing the civilization to any one of these aspects. The most honest answer to the question of what kind of civilization Byzantium was is perhaps this. It was a human civilization, remarkable and ordinary, creative and conservative, generous and cruel, capable of producing the Hagia Sophia and the Varangian Guard and the Nicene Creed and the Temarian, capable of the intellectual passion of Michael Psellos and the institutional courage of the monastic tradition and the personal heroism of Constantine I. It was, in short, the full range of what human civilization can be, and studying it is studying ourselves. Fact 99, The Last Romans, a Final Portrait. Let us pause 99 facts into the story of Byzantium, to imagine what it felt like to be a Byzantine in the last decades of the empire's existence, to be one of the inhabitants of the diminished, beautiful, besieged city of Constantinople in the years before 1453 CE, attending the liturgy in the Hagia Sophia, whose mosaics of Christ and the Virgin still gleamed gold in the lamplight, even as the building's roof leaked and its marble floors cracked. Walking through streets that had once been crowded with the commerce of 3 continents and now were largely empty, knowing, as the Byzantines of those last years clearly knew, that the end was approaching. The literature of the late Byzantine period is saturated with an awareness of ending, not the despairing paralysis that one might expect in a civilization counting down to its own extinction, but something more complex and more moving, a determination to continue living, thinking, writing, praying, and creating beautiful things for as long as there was time to do so. The scholars of the Paleologan Renaissance knew that the political framework that supported their intellectual activity was crumbling, and they responded not by abandoning scholarship, but by intensifying it, producing in the shadow of extinction some of the most sophisticated intellectual work of the entire Byzantine period. The ordinary people of late Byzantine Constantinople, the merchants, craftsmen, monks, and parish clergy who are almost invisible in the historical record, continued to live their lives in the liturgical rhythm that had structured Byzantine existence for centuries, celebrating the feasts, observing the fasts, venerating the icons, telling the stories of the saints, and maintaining in their daily practice the traditions of a civilization that had been doing the same things for over 1,000 years. They did not know they were the last Byzantines, they knew only that they were Romans. The death of Constantine I on the walls on May 29, 1453 CE was the death of a man, the fall of a city, the end of an empire. But the civilization he represented did not die with him. It continued in the Orthodox churches, in the manuscripts carried westward, in the scholars who taught Greek to Italian humanists, in the traditions preserved in the monasteries of Mount Athos, in the icons painted in Crete and Moscow, and 100 other places where Byzantine civilization found new homes after the loss of its first, and only true one. Fact 100, The Dream Continues, Byzantium's Unfinished Story. 100 facts, and the story of Byzantium is both complete and incomplete. Complete in the sense that the political empire is gone, that the last emperor died on the walls, that the Hagia Sophia fell silent as a Christian church on that morning of May 29, 1453 CE. Incomplete in the sense that the civilization Byzantium created continues to live in the world, that its intellectual, artistic, religious, and legal legacies are as present and as consequential in the 21st century as they were in the 15th, and that the questions it raised about how human beings should live together, worship God, and transmit their accumulated knowledge to future generations are questions that no civilization has fully answered. The gift of Byzantium is not primarily a gift of things, not the Hagia Sophia, not the Corpus Juris Civilis, not the icons, though all of these are extraordinary things. The gift is rather a gift of practice, The practice of preserving what has been thought and made and believed by previous generations. The practice of taking the intellectual and spiritual inheritance of the past seriously enough to copy it, to study it, to argue about it, and to transmit it to those who come next. The practice of maintaining, through all the catastrophes that history can produce, the conviction that human civilization is worth preserving and that the knowledge, art, and faith it has created are worth the effort of their maintenance. That practice, the Byzantine practice of preservation, transmission, and creative fidelity to the past, is what gave the world the Renaissance, the modern legal system, the Orthodox Church, and the Greek texts that still nourish the educated mind. It is what kept Plato and Thucydides and Homer alive through the darkest centuries of the medieval world. It is what the monks of Mount Athos have been doing for 1,000 years, and what the Orthodox communities around the world are doing when they light their candles and sing their Byzantine liturgies. Byzantium is not over. It changed form in 1453 CE from a political empire into a living tradition, and living traditions do not fall to artillery. They persist as long as there are people to practice them, to teach them to their children, and to find in them something that speaks to the deepest human needs for beauty, meaning, community, and the sense that the world is sustained by something more permanent than any empire. The tree is still growing. The dream continues. And in the quiet of this night, in the rhythm of these words, you have carried it a little further. 100 facts, 11 centuries, Constantine to Constantine. The Hagia Sophia still stands above the Bosphorus, catching the same light it has caught since 537 CE. The monks are still on Mount Athos. The liturgy is still being sung. The tree is still growing.